With Xianxia's help, Xiao set up a funeral in her home. The hunters from the village came over and offered their condolences. 3 days later, there was a new tomb on the mountain. Xiao knelt in front of the tomb as she was engulfed in a sense of melancholy. Her parents passed away peacefully. They had been a married couple for a long time, and they were buried in the same tomb. It could be said that they had been happier than most commoners in the world. Regardless, they were gone. Right then, an anomaly took place in the sky. Xianxia, who had been standing behind Xiao, looked up. As the owner of this small universe, he was acutely aware of all the changes going on in this world. In front of the tomb, Xiao pressed her head against the ground 3 times to bid her parents a final farewell. When she got to her feet, all the bustling world essence in the small universe streamed into her from all directions where she fully absorbed it. In just 10 breaths of time, her aura changed drastically. Xianxia felt that his small universe was slightly shaking, which prompted his expression to turn solemn. One had to know that his small universe had been spread out. Moreover, with the presence of the World Tree's clone, it was unlikely that his small universe would be impacted in any way, unless it was struck by a force that was significantly more powerful than his limits. Fortunately, the tremor soon subsided. Xianxia cupped his fists and said solemnly, "Welcome back, old ancestor." Xiao remained unmoving. As she stared fixedly at the tomb, she spoke. "For all my life, it's been smooth sailing since I started cultivating. I had my honored master's protection, and my fellow sisters and brothers all took good care of me. My cultivation improved significantly day by day. From no cultivation, I ascended to the Emperor realm, Open Heaven realm, and eventually became an old ancestor. Others might not attain such achievements for all their lives, but to me, they were easy to come by." Xianxia couldn't help but think that the old ancestor was indeed confident of her abilities. She went on to say, "However, there has always been a regret in my heart. Before I joined Inyang Cave Heaven, I was an orphan who never knew my parents before. I didn't know who or where they were, so I never got to spend time with them. This life is an experience I've never had before. It's embarrassing of me to have taken advantage of this situation to live out that dream, but I have to thank you for that." Xianxia promptly said that he didn't deserve her gratitude. Nevertheless, it was only then that he realized why the old ancestor had instinctively stopped him from concealing her whereabouts even though she had sealed off her memory. She must have sensed something the moment the hunter approached her. Her biggest regret was that she never got to spend time with her parents. To experience a life she never had before was clearly of great help to her recuperation and even her cultivation. Although there was the marketplace in Inyang Pass where a lot of Open Heaven realm masters could help her recover, everyone was aware of her identity. Therefore, everything they did was meant to help her heal, and the way they treated her was not natural. Nevertheless, it was different in Xianxia's small universe where she had lived for over 100 years. The hunter and his wife were not aware that the child they had picked up from the log house on the mountain was a 9th-order old ancestor. They had treated her with care and love. On the other hand, the old ancestor, who had sealed off her memory, spent time with the couple just like other children with their parents. This life made up for the regret she had in her heart. She was badly injured after the battle against the royal lord previously. It was because she had intended to be mutually wounded with her opponent, so she had not held back at all. It could be said that it was the most severe injury she had ever suffered from in her life. That was why she only awakened after she remained unconscious in the small universe for a long time. Even if she were in the marketplace in Inyang Pass, it would have required several hundred years before she could recover given her injuries. Xianxia's small universe could help her recover quicker than if she were to stay in the marketplace in Inyang Pass, but it still should have taken her 200 years at the very least. However, barely more than 100 years had passed, but she had fully recovered. It was thanks to the experience in this life that she obtained such benefits. In other words, she would be able to recover rapidly by experiencing a life she had never gone through before. Upon that revelation, Xianxia fell into his thoughts. "From today forward, my name is Xiao," the old ancestor announced. "No one has called me by my original name for so long that I've almost forgotten it, so it no longer carries any meaning to me." Xianxia was startled for a moment, but he naturally wouldn't dare to say anything, for she was the old ancestor. By keeping this name that she had been using for 100 years, she did not only show her gratitude to the couple, but it was also a way for her to remember them. The couple had made up for the regret in Xiao Zhao's heart with their love. They were just ordinary mortals while Xiao Xiao was a ninth-order old ancestor. However, these two mortals in Yang Kai's small universe played a key part in old ancestor Xiao Zhao's recovery, thus having an impact on a war that involved countless lives. Such a thing would never have crossed the simple couple's minds. With that said, given their temperaments, they would have just laughed joyfully even if they found out about it. They would be more than happy to know that their daughter was such an important figure. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, he felt a will penetrating the small universe's barrier and returning to the outside world. It was the old ancestor's will. At that moment, the humans were getting some rest in the forward base. In fact, they had been doing that since their arrival at this place that was just outside of the royal city. Other than pretending to attack the royal city following the leader's order, they had never directly clashed with the Black Ink clan. Nevertheless, none of them would complain about it. Although the commander's tactics were cunning and even a bit shameless, they were effective. Every time they moved closer to the royal city, they would successfully distract the Black Ink clan, and the universe worlds would kill a lot of their enemies. Many human soldiers hoped that as they kept doing this, they would eventually destroy all 1 million Black Ink clansmen. However, considering the fact that the dead Black Ink clansmen would be replaced, such a situation seemed unlikely. Both parties had been in a confrontation for the past 30 or so years. Other than taking turns to extract resources, the humans would also spend the rest of their time cultivating. Hence, their strength had improved slightly. With that said, it took a long time for an open heaven realm master to grow their power, so this minor increase wouldn't affect the current situation. Presently, other than the soldiers, the leaders in the army were also cultivating. The purifying Black Ink battleship was hovering in the void above the forward base as it faced the royal city's direction. The people on the battleship could constantly monitor the movements in the royal city from here. Although it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan would launch an attack, they had to remain vigilant. Inside the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia, Lu Zhiping, and the other 8th Order Division commanders were cultivating in their respective rooms when suddenly, a will swept across the entire purifying Black Ink battleship. All the leaders who were cultivating were shocked. The next instant they appeared elated. This couldn't be helped, as this will clearly belonged to the old ancestor. After the battle against the royal lord back then, the old ancestor entered Yang Kai's small universe to recover. There hadn't been any news about her since then. Xianxia had asked Yang Kai about the progress in the old ancestor's recuperation, but Yang Kai only told him that everything was going well. Xianxia initially thought that it would take the old ancestor at least 40 to 50 years to recuperate, but she left the small universe barely less than 30 years later. Has the old ancestor fully recovered? That's too quick. As the will swept through the battleship, an order was passed down. In an instant, the originally quiet purifying Black Ink battleship became bustling with noise as the commanders promptly left their rooms and headed to the conference hall. Soon, they all gathered together. Xianxia turned to look at an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and asked, "Junior Brother Zhou, how many universe worlds are ready now?" The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Zhou was responsible for mobilizing people to move universe worlds back from the void and organizing the array masters to fortify them. He had been diligent since he was given such a task and immediately replied, 10 days ago, I was informed that 5 universe worlds are ready to be used. The 6th one is still being prepared. Xianxia nodded. It had only been 4 years since they last launched an attack on the royal city. They were pretty efficient to have found 5 suitable universe worlds and finished setting them up during this period. According to the plan of Xianxia and the others, they should prepare at least 10 to 15 universe worlds before they would initiate an attack so that it would have a more devastating impact on the enemy. However, that plan had to be modified now. The old ancestor intends to attack the royal city, so we'll need those 6 universe worlds prepared now. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Zhou replied, 6 universe worlds might not be sufficient to have a meaningful impact. Should we discuss the matter with the old ancestor and postpone the attack? Xianxia shook his head. Compared to causing a lot of casualties to the Black Ink clan, Disturbing the royal lord's recuperation is more important. Since the old ancestor has recovered, she can make a move now. On the other hand, the royal lord might not be able to do so. If we don't do anything now, the Black Ink clan will only gain a more advantageous position. The man surnamed Zhou nodded. You have a point, senior brother Xiang. I was too negligent. Lu Zhiping said, moreover, since the old ancestor can make a move now, the number of universe worlds we have no longer matters. The presence of an old ancestor was significantly more intimidating to the Black Ink clan than a few more universe worlds. Therefore, the lack of universe worlds shouldn't be a concern. In that case, send the teams working on the universe worlds a message and tell them to start taking action, Xianxia ordered. Soon, the man surnamed Zhou left the purifying Black Ink battleship and activated the universe transference law. With the help of the universe array, he headed to the other purifying Black Ink battleship, which was about 10 days away from the forward base, where the humans were setting up universe worlds. As the universe worlds were propelled across the void for 10 days, they would gain horrifying momentum by the time they arrived at the royal city. For the ease of communication between both sides, the East-West Army's second purifying Black Ink battleship was anchored there. As arrangements were being made in the East-West Army, the soldiers were soon mobilized. All of them stopped cultivating and started getting busy. Inside the small universe, old ancestor Xiao stood in front of the simple tomb and staring at it as she talked to Yang Kai. With her memory unsealed and her injuries fully healed, she was at the peak of her strength. However, she would never forget about the fact that she had lived in this village for over 100 years. The couple in the tomb would always be her parents who had taken care of her for all their lives. Basically, it was old ancestor Xiao who talked most of the time while Yang Kai simply listened. All she talked about was her daily life with the couple. It was hard to imagine that a ninth-order old ancestor could wear such a sincere smile when she recounted such mundane affairs. Nevertheless, this was truly who old ancestor Xiao was. Yang Kai believed that this one point was where she significantly differed from the other old ancestors. She was a vivid, vibrant figure rather than a dispassionate and aloof powerhouse. Yang Kai had come into contact with several old ancestors before. In comparison, he felt most at ease with old ancestor Xiao. Could even be said that he didn't feel pressured at all when he was with her. Perhaps this had something to do with the uniqueness of her secret art. She needed the help of the bustling world essence when she recuperated, so her personality was more related to it as well. Since she constantly immersed herself in the bustling world, she naturally wouldn't become aloof to mundane matters. Do you think reincarnation exists in this world? Old ancestor Xiao suddenly asked. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, since I've never experienced it before, I wouldn't dare to jump to an unfounded conclusion. Old ancestor Xiao chuckled and stopped asking. As she looked up at the sky, she said, I'll take my leave now. The next instant, she shot into the sky. At this point, it had been an entire month since the hunter and his wife's death in the small universe. Presently, many territory lords in the royal city sported ugly expressions. This couldn't be helped, as the humans were mobilizing again. They remembered each and every attack the humans had launched on the royal city, and with every mobilization came the harassment of the weaponized universe worlds. Furthermore, the humans would only approach the royal city every time to pressure them. But the Black Ink clan's 1 million soldiers would all still have to respond as if battle was imminent. They had no choice but to send forces to block those universe worlds and the human army. Over the years, a staggering number of Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives to those universe worlds. It was expected that all of the Black Ink clansmen were vexed. They were fine with being killed by the humans on the battlefield. Dying in battle was an honor for the humans, and it was the same for the Black Ink clan. However, their deaths were practically valueless as they were killed by the spirit arrays on those universe worlds. The Black Ink clan defenders had never even made contact with the humans. The humans had been shamelessly using this tactic for the past 20 to 30 years. They didn't even bother with putting on a pretense now, and there were no signs of them changing strategy anytime soon. The Black Ink clan didn't have a way to solve this problem. They couldn't ignore the universe worlds or the human army that simply pretended to attack the royal city, for both of them could potentially cause catastrophic damage if left alone. The Black Ink clan had to deal with both sides, so they had been led by the nose over the years, falling into a completely passive position. Presently, Che Kong was standing on the deck of a large ship as he looked towards the left side of the royal city. The fleet of human warships was coming at them in a menacing manner, as though they were determined to destroy the Black Ink clan. Nevertheless, Che Kong wore a dispassionate expression. For the first 2 times when he saw such a sight, he would give a flurry of orders and mobilize the Black Ink clan soldiers in preparation. However, he had become somewhat desensitized after experiencing this same scene so many times. That was because he knew that the humans wouldn't really try to invade the royal city. They were just putting on a pretense by forming into a battle formation. What they were trying to achieve was to tie 70% of the Black Ink clan army down. Apart from Che Kong, the other territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers had become apathetic as well. They hadn't directly clashed with the humans for the past 30,000 years, and as soon as both parties came into contact, they realized that the humans were more shameless and despicable than the stories that had been passed down from their ancestors. As the Black Ink clansmen watched intently, the fleet of warships driven by humans crept closer to the royal city. Presently, the warships were only a bit more than 10 million kilometers away. Based on past experiences, the universe worlds would be appeared about now. When the human soldiers reached a spot that was 10 million kilometers away from the royal city, the Black Ink clan would have to start attacking the incoming universe worlds. By then, the humans would either directly retreat or launch a round of attacks before running away. There wouldn't be anything new. What's the situation? How many universe worlds have they prepared this time? Che Kong asked the territory lord beside him as he gazed at the fleet of warships. They had experienced the same thing many times before, so although they were unable to fully resolve it, they had come up with some tactics to deal with this situation. They could make some arrangements in advance by sending out scouts to find out how many universe worlds were coming at them, so that the soldiers around the royal city could get psychologically prepared. This wasn't a difficult task for the Black Ink clan. Upon hearing Che Kong's question, the territory lord, who looked like a female, replied, "I was just informed that the humans have sent 6 universe worlds towards the royal city this time." 6 universe worlds? Che Kong frowned. Are you sure? Other than the initial probing attack, the humans had never used such a small amount of universe worlds to attack the royal city. During the first real attack, they had used 10 universe worlds. If there were too few universe worlds, it wouldn't pose a threat to the Black Ink clan. The female territory lords shook her head. A single feudal lord might be mistaken, but it's not likely that 5 feudal lords to all be mistaken. Che Kong fell into his thoughts. Since several feudal lords had left to gather information at the same time, there was no way their information was inaccurate. It has only been a few years since they last launched an attack on the royal city. They might not have enough resources to set up the spirit arrays. 6 universe worlds might be their limit this time, the female territory lord said. Certainly, Che Kong understood that. However, if the humans didn't have enough resources, why didn't they just wait a few more years? They could have prepared even more universe worlds by collecting sufficient resources first. The humans' unusual approach this time made him feel ill at ease. Tell them not to let their guard down. The humans' behavior is a little unusual this time. Perhaps they have some other plot. The female territory lord nodded and waved her hand, after which a feudal lord approached her. She spoke to the territory lord, who then left in a hurry and passed on her order to the right flank of the royal city. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan soldiers on the right side of the royal city could see that the universe worlds were flying towards them from the void. The universe worlds were rapidly moving across the void. Perhaps the humans knew that they couldn't hide the universe worlds from the Black Ink clan, so they had stopped wasting any resources to arrange any spirit arrays to conceal them since the third attack. That way, all the universe worlds that were coming at the royal city were as bright as the great suns. Although they were still millions of kilometers away, they were flying towards the royal city in an intimidating manner. Before those universe worlds even arrived, many of the Black Ink clan soldiers gulped. Based on past experiences, every time the humans attacked, a large number of the Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives. Although dying to humans on the battlefield was an honorable sacrifice, it didn't mean they were willing to be slaughtered by these universe worlds covered in spirit arrays. On the other hand, the territory lords in this place were at ease, for they had already successfully intercepted 18 universe worlds in a single attack before, thus ensuring the safety of the royal city. With that said, they had paid a huge price to achieve that victory. Since there were only 6 universe worlds this time, it would be effortless for them to defend the royal city. On the left side of the royal city, the human warships were only 12 million kilometers away. The unease that Che Kong felt intensified. This kind of unease came out of nowhere, but he was still deeply concerned. He paid close attention to both sides of the royal city so that he wouldn't miss any anomalies. However, regardless of how hard he looked, he couldn't detect anything unusual. He was informed by the clansmen from the right flank that there were indeed only 6 approaching universe worlds. On the other hand, the human warships were inching closer to the left side of the royal city. It was estimated that by the time the universe world struck, the humans would have reached a spot that was 10 million kilometers away from the royal city. The humans would always do this without fail, and their timing was annoyingly precise. Since there were no anomalies on either of the sides, why did Che Kong feel ill at ease at this point? Just then, he detected an anomaly from the corner of his eye. He promptly turned to look in the direction where the human's forward base was located. There seemed to be a ray of light that was coming at the royal city at an unimaginable speed. This kind of speed couldn't be achieved by a mere territory lord or 8th Order masters. Che Kong detected that ray of light just as it emerged from the human's forward base. But in the blink of an eye, it had moved across millions of kilometers and was growing closer at an astonishing rate. In just several breaths of time, the ray of light became as dazzling as the sun. At the same time, a terrifying pressure could be felt coming from the light. Che Kong felt his chest tightening as he exclaimed, "It's the old ancestor!" By the time he finished speaking, the ray of light from the human's forward base had turned into a gigantic blade. There seemed to be an invisible hand that was holding the blade and slashing at the royal city. Space trembled, and the universe destabilized. Faced with this sudden attack, all the Black Ink clansmen felt cold all over their bodies, as though they were about to lose their lives. Time seemed to have frozen at that instant. Regardless of how bright the light was, it couldn't conceal the stunning beauty within it. At that moment, both the Black Ink clan soldiers and the human soldiers found their eyes drawn to that figure. It was a figure who was wearing all white clothes with a piece of white cloth wrapped around her forehead. It was said that women looked best in white clothes. Old ancestor Xianxia, who was already astonishingly beautiful to begin with, stunned the Black Ink clan the moment she appeared in the void with that outfit. Besides them, the humans were dumbfounded as well. At this moment, old ancestor Xianxia was pointing 2 fingers at the royal city, swinging the gigantic blade that was the manifestation of her power down towards it. On the deck of the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia, who had always been a calm and collected man, couldn't help gawking. Lu Zhiping covered her lips in disbelief. The 8th Order Division commander beside them felt the corner of his brow twitching as he muttered, "Why is the old ancestor wearing mourning robes?" They were familiar with the clothes that the old ancestor was wearing, as those were clearly mourning robes. One would only put on such clothes when their relatives passed away. However, no one in the world would be important enough to let the old ancestor wear mourning robes after they passed away. The 2 army commanders, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the other human soldiers were all puzzled. After all, the old ancestor was already one of the most powerful cultivators in the entire human race. Be it her age, cultivation, or seniority, she was at the peak of everything. Even if a junior from her sect had passed away, she didn't have to put on such clothes. Certainly, the old ancestor didn't have any elders either, as they should have all passed on by now. The 8th Order Division commander suddenly had an odd idea as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Yang Kai has lost his life? The old ancestor had been recuperating in Yang Kai's small universe, so if he had perished due to an accident in the process, it was possible that the old ancestor would put on such clothes to express her regret. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Zhiping glared at the 8th Order Division commander. Even if Yang Kai had really passed on due to an accident when the old ancestor was recuperating, it still couldn't explain why she was wearing mourning robes. It seemed something they couldn't understand must have happened during the old ancestors' recuperation. Dawning Light was located on the far side of the fleet, so it could be said that the warship was near the outer flank. In such a location, once a battle broke out, they would be in a more perilous situation than the warships closer to the center because they could be attacked and encircled by the Black Ink clan first. Certainly, the leaders had intentionally made such an arrangement. Dawn was a special operations squad and was exceptionally powerful, while Dawning Light was significantly sturdier than other squad-class warships. It was expected that they would be tasked with dealing with the Black Ink clan first. The moment the old ancestor appeared, the members of Dawn were dumbfounded and rendered speechless. Just then, a fluctuation was felt coming from the space array on Dawning Light. Feng Ying turned her head and saw a familiar figure stepping out of the array. "Squad leader!" she exclaimed with joy. The other members greeted him as well. Over the years, Xianxia had been helping the old ancestor to recuperate, so he hadn't shown up all this time. Although Feng Ying was there to lead Dawn, they just felt that something was missing. It wasn't until Xianxia appeared that the feeling was gone. Wherever humans gathered together, they would need a pillar of strength, and to the members of Dawn, Xianxia was that pillar. Xianxia nodded lightly and moved towards the deck. As he looked intently, he couldn't help but give a nod. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had run out of luck this time. The old ancestor was going all out the moment she appeared. It was apparent that she was in a terrible mood, so she wanted to vent it all out. Although her power had been restored and her memory had been unsealed, she would never forget the 100-year life she had experienced in Xianxia's small universe. As Xiao, she naturally wouldn't be in a good mood after her parents, who had taken care of her all their lives, passed away. What happened to the old ancestor? Has one of her relatives passed away? Feng Ying voiced the doubts of those members on the deck. It's a long story. Xianxia wasn't even sure how to explain. What's more, this matter was something deeply personal and intimate to the old ancestor, so he couldn't just reveal it as he pleased. Has the old ancestor recovered? Chi Chu asked, as that was the most pressing issue for the humans now. They were aware that the old ancestor was recuperating, and they had already estimated how long it would take her to recover. Although there wasn't a clear answer, they all agreed that it would take her many decades to 100 years to recover. Some of the soldiers came from Inyang Pass, so they knew better than the others about how the old ancestor healed. They were the ones who speculated that it would take her up to 200 years to fully recover. Therefore, everyone believed that it would be at least 50 years before the old ancestor made a move again. None of them had expected that the old ancestor would finish her recovery barely 30 years later, or that the moment she showed up, she would launch a fierce attack on the royal city. "She's fine," Xianxia replied. Feng Ying's eyes brightened. "Does that mean that it's serious this time?" Several tens of thousands of soldiers of the East-West Army had been mobilized many times over the past 20 years to attack the royal city. However, they would only put on a pretense each time. There was no doubt that it was a clever tactic, and the Black Ink clan had suffered a lot of hardship because of that, but the humans yearned to clash with the Black Ink clan on the battlefield to let the latter know their fury and strength. They had been waiting for the war to really start for the past 30 years. They had been waiting for this day since they stepped into Black Ink clan's territory in the Great Evolution Theater. Xianxia nodded. "Since the old ancestor has made a move, there's no way we'll go home without achieving anything." They exchanged glances with excitement all over their faces. Other than the members of Dawn, the soldiers on the other warships were equally thrilled. In fact, the moment the old ancestor showed up and attacked the royal city, everyone knew that they weren't going to just put up a pretense this time. They would be directly clashing with the Black Ink clan. All the soldiers made ready for battle. Only a moment had passed as the gigantic blade solidified and slashed at the royal city. Before the attack even arrived, a terrifying pressure engulfed the entire royal city. The Black Ink clansmen on both sides of the royal city were horrified. Covered in this pressure, the weaker low-rank Black Ink clansmen were unable to resist and began bleeding black blood from all over their bodies, as if it was being squeezed out of them. In the blink of an eye, these weaker Black Ink clansmen exploded into black mists. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen were in better condition, but they still found it hard to even move freely. Only the feudal lords and the territory lords were able to resist the terrifying pressure. The gigantic blade slashed towards the huge black ink nest in the center of the royal city. This was the foundation of the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. As long as this black ink nest was destroyed, the transmission of information between the Black Ink clan would cease, and they would be unable to produce any new Black Ink clansmen. If the humans could destroy the royal lord's black ink nest first, victory would be assured. Then, by killing the remaining Black Ink clansmen, they would be able to fully occupy the Great Evolution Theater. By then, the entire theater would fall into the humans' hands. Since the beginning of the war between the two races, no Great Pass had ever achieved such a feat before. If Great Evolution Army could achieve this, it would be a turning point forever recorded in the annals of history. As the soldiers of the two races watched intently, the gigantic blade was forcefully brought down. Just when it was about to come into contact with the black ink nest, a roar reverberated across the void. Impudence! Following the roar, a dark hand stuck out from the black ink nest all of a sudden and grabbed the blade. The gigantic hand was made of pure black ink strength, and the veins on it were so clearly defined that it appeared completely real. The moment the dark hand appeared, the royal lords will permeated the void. Since old ancestor Xianxia wanted to destroy the black ink nest, there was no way the royal lord, who was recuperating inside it, would be oblivious to the attack. He awakened in an instant and promptly reacted to the threat. Ultimately, the blade didn't manage to strike the black ink nest as it was grasped by the dark hand. The powers of the royal lord and the old ancestor clashed as the dazzling light expanded. Darkness and light were locked in confrontation above the royal city. After a short deadlock, the dazzling light pressed down again while the dark hand was forced lower, as though it was unable to resist the blade as it inched closer to the black ink nest. All the Black Ink clansmen felt their hearts leaping to their throats, for the sight suggested that the royal lord was at a disadvantage. The Black Ink clansmen were horrified, for if the royal lord couldn't resist this attack, his black ink nest would be destroyed. Once that happened, regardless of how many Black Ink clansmen there were, they would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. All of them would die sooner or later, with no hope for the future. Just as the Black Ink clansmen were growing anxious, even more black ink strength billowed from the black ink nest and streamed into the dark hand. With this new wave of black ink strength's help, the dark hand, which was originally being forced back, steadied itself. Not only did it get out of the disadvantageous position, though, but it even started pushing the enemy back. The Black Ink clansmen were ecstatic. This situation suggested that the royal lord was only temporarily at a disadvantage after the sneak attack. Since he had rallied his strength, there was no way the old ancestor was a match for him. After all, a royal lord who was close to his black ink nest could make use of the black ink nest's power and exhibit strength beyond what he normally could. The clash between the blade and the dark hand soon ended. As the dark hand tightened its grip, the blade shattered and scattered into wisps of light. As the blade disappeared, the old ancestor turned into a ray of light and charged towards the royal lord's black ink nest. The enraged royal lord flew out, and the two figures, one big and one small, clashed above the royal city, shaking the heavens and shattering the earth. Unlike their previous exchange, the royal lord had gone all out right from the start. This couldn't be helped, as the royal city was literally right behind him. He had to ward off the old ancestor at all costs and make sure that his black ink nest was not damaged. Thrown into this intense battle, the royal lord was infuriated. He had never expected that the old ancestor would come spoiling for a fight so soon. He had only exchanged moves with the other party once in the past. Although he had suffered a setback in that battle, he was generally fine. After obtaining some information from the royal lord in the Inyang theater, he learned a lot about the female old ancestor. On the other hand, the old ancestor knew next to nothing about him. Therefore, after the previous battle, he concluded that it would take this old ancestor at least 200 years to recuperate before she staged a comeback. 200 years was enough for him to fully recover with the help of his black ink nest. By then, he would be able to catch the old ancestor off guard. How could he have anticipated that the old ancestor came attacking him again barely 20 to 30 years later? Has she fully recovered? Wouldn't it damage her foundation if she frequently makes a move without healing first? From what he had gathered, the old ancestor from Inyang Pass cultivated a unique secret art, and it was extremely difficult for her to recuperate once injured. It seemed impossible that she could recover in such a short time. However, their brief exchange just now had astounded him. If not for him drawing on the black ink nest's strength, he wouldn't have been able to block the old ancestor's attack given his current state. As a result, the energy inside the black ink nest, which was sufficient for him to use for the next 10 years, had been used up in just over 10 breaths of time. Now, the black ink nest was just an empty husk with no energy to spare. But soon, he realized that his judgment was wrong as the old ancestor hadn't fully recovered. That was because, during their subsequent clashes, he could sense that the old ancestor was occasionally sluggish when she activated her strength. This was a sign that she was still injured. Although she had been trying her best to conceal it, he could still sense it. This allowed him to feel slightly more at ease. It would have been a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan if this old ancestor could really recover so quickly. Now, she was just concealing her injury using some kind of secret technique. She was practically digging her own grave. The backlash from using such a technique, on top of her own injuries, would cause serious damage to her in the long run. Both of them still hadn't recovered from their injuries, so neither held an advantageous position. It was just the royal lord's speculation in the beginning, but as the battle dragged on, he became certain of his judgment. There was no way that the old ancestor had fully recovered. Although she still fought as fiercely as the last time, she was unable to conceal the fact that she was not at the peak of her power. In the beginning, the royal lord was at a disadvantage, but as time passed, they became equally matched. A while later, the old ancestor was at a disadvantageous position instead. The royal lord acted relentlessly, for this was the best chance for him to injure or even kill his opponent, so he wouldn't let it slip through his fingers. Now, it seemed that the old ancestor was trying to suppress the injury she had previously suffered from. Her intention was to destroy the black ink nest when the royal lord was recuperating, but she hadn't expected that the latter would counterattack so quickly. At that moment, though, it was impossible for her to just stop halfway. With that said, even though the royal lord had gained the upper hand, he was unable to obtain a decisive advantage. This couldn't be helped, as these two most powerful masters were fighting against each other above the royal city. While the old ancestor had no qualms about unleashing all her power, the royal lord couldn't do that. He had to protect his black ink nest. Therefore, not only did he have to deal with his opponent, but he also had to divert some of his strength and attention to block the fallout of their clash. A black ink nest was surprisingly fragile and defenseless, so even the fallout from a high-level battle could destroy it. With such a restraint, it would be extremely difficult for the royal lord to expand his advantage. However, he soon found a solution for it. He secretly gave an order, after which 3 territory lords led 7 8th Order Black Ink disciples to return from the right side of the royal city and protect the Black Ink nest. With the presence of 3 territory lords and 7 8th Order Black Ink disciples, 10 powerful masters on par with 8th Order division commanders, they could easily ward off all the fallout and ensure the Black Ink nest's safety. The reason the royal lord made such an arrangement was that he realized it didn't require so many powerful Black Ink clansmen to protect the right side of the city. After all, there were only 6 universe worlds this time, so it was fine to get 10 of them to come over and protect the high-rank Black Ink nest. The rest of them could still deal with the universe worlds. In the meantime, many feudal lords streamed into the Black Ink nest and arrived at the Black Ink pool. After fishing out all their materials from their space rings, they poured them into the Black Ink pool. Regardless of their orders, the materials were directly absorbed by the Black Ink pool and turned into pure Black Ink strength. That way, as long as the royal lord was still in the vicinity of the royal city, he could make use of the Black Ink nest to strengthen his power. As Black Ink strength continuously billowed from the Black Ink nest, the royal lord grew increasingly confident and was no longer flustered like he had been at the start of the battle. Old ancestor Xianxia repeatedly attempted to break through his blockade and attack the Black Ink nest, but he managed to block all her attacks. As the humans watched this sight, they secretly grew anxious. None of them could have expected that the old ancestor would be at a disadvantage upon clashing with the royal lord. Despite that, The human race army never stopped moving forward as they headed straight towards the royal city. On the deck of the dawning light, Yang Kai, who was intently watching the fight, furrowed his brow. This scenario was playing out differently from what he had expected. What puzzled him was that the old ancestor was slightly sluggish when she activated her power. Although they were far apart, he could still sense it, as the old ancestor was extremely powerful to begin with. He was very familiar with that kind of sluggishness, and knew it meant that a cultivator was injured. Nevertheless, he was certain the old ancestor had fully recovered, so she hadn't suffered a setback during the exchange of moves. How was it possible that she was suddenly injured again? The only possibility he could think up was that the old ancestor was deliberately doing this to deceive her opponent. Yang Kai wasn't interested in speculating about the old ancestor's intentions. However, since she was pretending to be injured, it suggested that everything was well within her control. Therefore, even though she appeared to be at a disadvantage, she must be secretly carrying out her plan. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since the old ancestor appeared and brought down her blade. The royal lord managed to intercept her attack in time, and they subsequently engaged in an intense battle. Above the royal city, the old ancestor was as menacing as ever, while on the other hand, the black ink nest, which had been replenished with black ink strength, continuously aided the royal lord, allowing him to act increasingly boldly. Old ancestor Xianxia seemed to realize that the battle couldn't be dragged out. If she wanted to destroy the black ink nest, she had to circumvent the royal lord. However, she couldn't ignore the royal lord, who was assisted by the black ink nest's power. Hence, after a moment of deadlock, she decided to retreat. The royal lord quickly chased after her, as though he was determined to stop her from fleeing. The black ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city were dumbfounded. This couldn't be helped, as these two most powerful masters soon arrived at their location. Earlier, these weak black ink clansmen already felt immensely pressured when facing the fallout of the battle, but now that these two were fighting right above their heads, how were they supposed to cope? The royal lord was furious, as had figured out the old ancestor's intention. It was apparent that she was trying to make use of the black ink clansmen to force him to act cautiously lest the innocent be hurt. Certainly, the royal lord wouldn't grant her wish. As he chased after her, his attacks were still as violent as ever. The life or death of these black ink clansmen didn't concern him. To him, the old ancestor was his only enemy, and as long as he could kill her today, it would be fine even if all of his subordinates perished in the process. As their powers clashed, the 300,000 or so black ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city were thrown into chaos. Many of them were injured or even killed. As the fallout of the epic clash swept across the void, even some of the unlucky feudal lords lost their lives, not to mention the high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. The territory lords were even more furious than the royal lord, for the deceased black ink clansmen were their subordinates. Without those subordinates, they would be leaders without any followers. Some of the territory lords ran away and led their subordinates to leave this area lest more casualties were caused, while other territory lords charged towards old ancestor Xianxia along with their 8th Order black ink disciples. The battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord was intimidating, and the average person would never be able to have a hand in it. However, the territory lords and the 8th Order black ink disciples were powerful enough to do that. The old ancestor had to take a huge risk by trying to restrain the royal lord with the black ink clansmen. As she was all on her own now, she was destined to be surrounded by her enemies. With that said, old ancestor Xianxia had already expected this. Before the black ink clansmen could close in on her, she raised her hand and took out a medallion, which rapidly expanded into an invisible shield that surrounded her. The royal lord's horrifying attack, as well as the secret techniques of those territory lords and 8th Order black ink disciples, struck the shield, causing it to ripple and dim. It was apparent that the medallion that the old ancestor had summoned was quite precious. Despite that, most of its spirituality was lost very quickly. However, with the help of the momentary protection, she performed a set of hand seals and chanted, "From chaos, yin and yang are born." As world force undulated, a gigantic yin-yang fish pattern expanded and engulfed the surrounding 300,000 black ink clansmen. At that instant, yin and yang manifested, At the same time, countless strange-looking silk threads spread across the Inyang fish. Those silk threads appeared as light as feathers, but the instant they penetrated the black ink clansmen, they became razor-sharp, easily cutting them into innumerable pieces. The aura of death engulfed the entire void. In just 3 breaths of time, the shield around the old ancestor was shattered, and at that instant, she extended her hand and grasped something. An 8th-order black ink disciple, who had been eager to make a contribution, froze as though he had been clenched by an immense force, his face filling with horror. When he looked down, he realized that his legs had been tied by the silk threads, which quickly cut into his body. Terrified, he hurriedly pushed the power of his small universe in an attempt to resist the attack. Nevertheless, what happened next astounded him. The moment he tried to access his small universe, he realized that it had fallen into chaos. He immediately inspected himself, only to see that the silk threads had broken through the barrier of his small universe and slashed across it like countless sharp knives. At that instant, he came to the realization that this was a secret technique that specifically targeted one's small universe. No one had a better understanding of small universes than the human old ancestors. Moreover, the old ancestor before his eyes was one already an order above him, and she had used a secret technique that specifically targeted the small universe. How was he supposed to resist? What was laughable was that when he saw that the old ancestor was at a disadvantage against the royal lord earlier, he wanted to seize the chance and attack her. However, instead of achieving his goal, he would most likely lose his life here. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, his small universe was cut to pieces, and his vitality rapidly left him. An 8th-order black ink disciple indeed had a right to have a hand in the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord, but in order to do so, they had to bear an enormous risk. Apart from him, the other 8th-order black ink disciples faced the same situation. As they were engulfed in the Inyang fish, the silk threads broke through the barriers of their small universes and turned into attacks that could destroy the heavens and shatter the earth. Their small universes were soon devastated. Faced with this attack, these 8th-order black ink disciples had no other choice but to stop in their tracks and focused on resisting the invasive secret technique. The territory lords didn't have small universes, so they wouldn't be targeted by the secret technique, but naturally the profound secret technique that the old ancestor had cast wouldn't only work on small universes. Those silk threads were plenty destructive in their own right. The territory lords were soon wounded as their black blood scattered around the void. Regardless, they still relentlessly charged towards the old ancestor in an attempt to join forces and slay her. The royal lord had never stopped his assault, and faced with the series of violent attacks, the old ancestor wouldn't dare to be negligent. Nevertheless, hovering within this Inyang fish, the old ancestor was evidently more agile and sensitive to her surroundings. She moved so elusively that even the royal lord found it hard to hit her. 10 breaths after the Inyang fish appeared, countless black ink clansmen had lost their lives, while all the territory lords were wounded and the 8th-order black ink disciples were struggling to save themselves. However, with the absolute advantage in numbers on their side, these powerful black ink clansmen eventually joined forces with the royal lord and besieged the old ancestor. Just then, the old ancestor, who was wearing mourning robes, flashed a cunning smile. The next instant, she sank into the Inyang fish and disappeared. The secret technique that the royal lord sent out completely missed its target. Stunned, he soon turned to look in a different direction and widened his eyes. That was the left side of the royal city where 70% of the Black Ink clan army was located. The territory lords on the left side had watched as the old ancestor attempted to attack the Black Ink nest and subsequently got into a fight with the powerful Black Ink clansmen on the right side of the city. Although they wanted to help out, they could only remain in place as the human soldiers were still creeping closer to the royal city. They couldn't do anything else other than stand their ground. Little did they know that their inaction would soon bring them trouble. The moment old ancestor Xianxia appeared among the Black Ink clansmen who were located on the left side of the royal city, the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were horrified. Earlier, they had witnessed the moves that the old ancestor had used, so they were acutely aware of how powerful she was. Therefore, the moment she appeared, the Black Ink clansmen around her promptly ran away. However, it was too late. The world force swirled around her and turned into a violent storm. As it spread out, the black ink clansmen around her collapsed. Following her appearance, the Inyang fish, which was supposed to be on the right side of the royal city, appeared and engulfed the black ink clansmen in this place. All the black ink clansmen felt as though they were suffocating. If not for the fact that old ancestor Xiao was under considerable strain trying to affect so many enemies across such a vast area, she would have been able to destroy all these 700,000 black ink clansmen on her own given enough time. Even the territory lords and the 8th Order black ink disciples wouldn't be able to escape from her. Fortunately for them, the royal lord arrived swiftly. These two figures clashed again. This was their third battlefield as they had been fighting against each other all around the royal city. The first battlefield was just above the royal city where old ancestor Xiao attempted to destroy the black ink nest. After her plan was foiled, she had no choice but to head to the right side of the royal city where she devastated the black ink clansmen stationed over there. After she was done with that, she somehow slipped over to the left side of the royal city and did the same thing to the black ink clan army here. Such roguish actions did not befit her status as the old ancestor. The royal lord was so furious that he almost went mad. He had previously battled old ancestor Xiao. During the exchange of moves, his only impression of this human was that she was insane, and this time her insanity had gotten worse. This woman was aware that she would be at a disadvantage by fighting against the royal lord near the royal city, but she insisted on doing it just to destroy the black ink clan army. The royal lord almost had the urge to leave her alone and head straight to the human warships. He wouldn't be heartbroken regardless of how many black ink clansmen lost their lives. However, if too many humans were killed, the old ancestor wouldn't be able to take it. However, he did not dare act on this impulse. For if he did, this insane woman would surely seize the chance and head straight for the black ink nest. When that happened, even though he could cause a massive number of casualties to the humans, his black ink nest would be gone forever. He didn't care how many black ink clansmen were killed, but he could never let his black ink nest be destroyed. Therefore, he had to target the old ancestor no matter what. He could not allow her to move about freely. This put him in a passive position. Only 30% of the black ink clansmen were located on the right flank of the royal city, tasked with stopping the weaponized universe worlds from impacting the royal city, so it didn't require a lot of people. 30% would be enough. On the other hand, 70% of the black ink clansmen were stationed on the left side of the royal city, which was more than 2 times the number on the right. It was only natural that there were also more territory lords and 8th Order black ink disciples around here. Now that old ancestor Xiao had shifted from the right side to the left side, the territory lords and the 8th Order black ink disciples on the left side certainly wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Just like what had happened earlier, they charged towards the old ancestor in order to assist the royal lord. Old ancestor Xiao was in an increasingly perilous situation. Given the strength she had exhibited earlier, she would still be at a disadvantage even if she was in a one-on-one fight with the royal lord in this place. Not to mention that the royal lord had the assistance of these territory lords and 8th Order black ink disciples now. Barely 30 breaths of time later, the Inyang fish, which had come with the old ancestor, shattered and returned to chaos. This was a sign that the old ancestor no longer had sufficient energy to sustain her secret technique. She had to focus on dealing with the royal lord and the powerful black ink clansmen who had besieged her. However, she no longer had enough power to fend off all their attacks, which broke through her defenses and struck her seemingly frail figure, causing the light around her to flicker. Seeing that, the territory lords and the 8th Order black ink disciples exerted more power with their attacks in an attempt to aid the royal lord in taking down the old ancestor once and for all. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to defeat a 9th Order old ancestor. The moment the Inyang fish fell apart, the void seemed to shake a little, and as the tremor spread, a shockwave was sent across the entire battlefield. All the black ink disciples temporarily fell into a dazed state. The powerful black ink clansmen were less impacted, but they still became sluggish for a moment. The old ancestor charged through the black ink army and broke through their blockade before dashing towards the depths of the void. After a brief moment of hesitation, the royal lord decided to chase after her. Just a moment later, the noise of the battle between these two most powerful masters was heard coming from the distance. The Black Ink clansmen, who were originally in an orderly formation, were all scattered and bruised now. After old ancestor Xianxia kicked up a storm, not only was their battle formation broken, but many of them had also lost their lives. The lives of the Black Ink clansmen below the feudal lords didn't matter. However, it was heart-wrenching to know that a number of Black Ink clansmen above the feudal lords were killed. Even some of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples had lost their lives. Just now, 2 of them were killed by the old ancestor, and including the one from the right flank, she had slain 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples in total. Such casualties should never have happened. Regardless of how powerful the old ancestor was, as long as the Black Ink clansmen coordinated properly, and with the restraint from the royal lord, the old ancestor would never have achieved such results. However, the royal lord wasn't concerned about the life or death of his subordinates at all. While the secret techniques and divine abilities used by the old ancestor were ferocious, those used by the royal lord were even more savage. These Black Ink clansmen not only had to deal with the old ancestor, but they also had to be cautious about getting impacted by the repercussions of the royal lord's attacks. Although the battle didn't last a long time, the powerful Black Ink clansmen all felt extremely weary. Fortunately, these 2 sources of disaster had left. This was the kind of situation that should have taken place since the beginning. These 2 powerful masters should have gone to their exclusive battlefield and engaged in a life-and-death battle. Why did they drag the less powerful ones into their clash? However, before the Black Ink clan could take a breath, they were faced with a new crisis. The fleet of human warships was now closing in. Xianxia's towering figure stood at the bow of a battalion-class warship at the front of the fleet, and with a solemn expression, he reached out and summoned a hideous-looking saber that was taller than he was. He pointed the tip of the blade forward and ordered, "Kill!" At that instant, lights of secret techniques and artifacts flashed across the fleet of warships behind Xianxia and rained down fire on the royal city. Every human soldier of every squad on every warship silently took action at this moment. In this silent atmosphere, all of them infused their world force into the arrays and artifacts as they vent their burning fury on the Black Ink clan. The humans were enraged. They had witnessed what had happened to the old ancestor, and although they understood that everything she had done was to create a chance for them to launch an attack, when they saw that she had to deal with so many powerful Black Ink clansmen on her own while they were unable to help, they inevitably blamed themselves for not being strong enough. It wasn't until they got close to the royal city that they could vent their suppressed frustrations. This was technically their first real battle since the East-West Army departed from Wind and Cloud Pass, so they had to succeed at all costs. For this battle, they had been patiently waiting and getting prepared for the past several decades. The Black Ink clansmen still hadn't regained their senses from the earlier chaos when they were engulfed from the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering attacks. Although Che Kong had already detected it, and he had been giving orders, the Black Ink clan couldn't form an effective resistance as their army was currently still in chaos. The powers of the secret techniques and the artifacts devastated the Black Ink clan. Every attack was equivalent to an all-out move of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Every warship could send out 2 to 3 such attacks at once, so with some 2,000 warships around, it was akin to 5,000 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters making a move all at once. The sight was truly magnificent. The Black Ink clansmen in the periphery were unable to resist such attacks. Engulfed in the colorful lights, they were eternally laid to rest. Before the 2 races even clashed, a massive number of Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives. After the series of attacks, there was a moment of silence. Several breaths of time later, the attacks of the same intensity shot forth again. After 3 rounds of intense attacks from the warships, a large number of Black Ink clansmen were either injured or killed. The Black Ink clansmen were terrified. It had been 30,000 years since they last fought with the humans, and over the past 30 years, although the humans had repeatedly harassed them, they would run away after launching a single round of attacks and achieving some small success. Hence, the Black Ink clan never had a taste of how horrible the human warships truly were. It wasn't until this day that they realized the humans were truly powerful. Faced with the continuous attacks, many Black Ink clansmen were consigned to oblivion without even the chance to resist. With the help of the arrays and artifacts on the warships, the humans were able to launch attacks on the enemy while the Black Ink clan was unable to respond on the spot. That way, most of the Black Ink clansmen were powerless to counterattack as they were struck by the barrage. Although the Territory Lords and the Feudal Lords did counterattack, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters certainly wouldn't sit back and allow the Black Ink clan to make a scene. While the fleet of warships was still creeping closer to the royal city, the powerful masters from the two races exchanged moves from a distance. The battlefield on the left side of the royal city was bustling with noise, while on the right side of the royal city, the Black Ink clansmen who had just endured the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord felt quite conflicted. This couldn't be helped, as the humans had greatly changed their tactics this time. In the past, when the humans launched a round of attacks on them, the universe worlds would arrive at the same time. But this time, while the human soldiers had clashed with the Black Ink clansmen on the left, the universe worlds still hadn't arrived at the right side. This forced 30% of the Black Ink clan army to remain idle as they had to stay there to prevent the universe worlds from destroying the royal city. They could only watch as their clansmen on the left side were attacked, while there was nothing they could do to help. This was apparently the plan that the humans had come up with. A moment later, the human warships had already closed to just 1 million kilometers from the royal city. At such a distance, the two armies could now engage in close-quarters combat. The continuous attacks from those warships finally stopped. This couldn't be helped, as the cultivators responsible for controlling the offensive arrays and artifacts on the warships were basically 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although they were fairly strong, and they could cast 7th Order attacks with the help of the arrays and artifacts, their heritage wasn't nearly as deep as real 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They couldn't possibly exert themselves to activate the powers of the arrays and artifacts continuously for an extended period of time. After such a long barrage, they had to slow down and restore their strength. Che Kong, who was extremely vexed, raised his arm and ordered, "Stop them! Do not let them get any closer to the royal city." Following his order, the Black Ink clansmen behind him charged forward. As the two armies clashed, both parties had to be menacing and bold. Certainly, neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan were less menacing or bold, especially when both parties were furious. What happened to old ancestor Xianxia enraged the humans while her actions infuriated the Black Ink clan. As these raging armies clashed, it was destined to be a brutal battle. Faced with the humans' onslaught, the Black Ink clansmen at the front were instantly killed. On the other hand, the defenses around the human warships at the front flickered. The secret techniques from both parties intertwined in the void and rained down on each other. For a battle of such scale, there was no need for specific targets. Everyone simply attacked the enemy closest to them. Both armies engaged in an intense struggle as soon as they came into contact. Such intense fighting was more than many Black Ink clansmen could take, resulting in massive casualties on their side. Even the human warships couldn't last forever under such wanton bombardment. After just 10 breaths of time, the 300 warships which formed the vanguard of the East-West Army's force had their shields turning dim. It was a sign that their defenses were on the verge of failing. On such a battlefield, if the defensive barriers around a warship were broken, the entire squad inside would have to face the Black Ink clan's wrath without protection. When that happened, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might stand a chance to flee, but those below the 7th Order would be doomed. Fortunately, they had already made arrangements. Without the need for anyone to give orders, the moment the cultivators realized that their warship was on the brink of breaking apart, they would retreat at full speed. As one warship withdrew, another would come forward to fill the gap. There were several thousand warships on the human side, so by cycling which ones were at the front of the assault, the East-West Army ensured they could deal the most damage while suffering the fewest losses as they crept closer to the royal city. As warships retreated, the same amount of warships would replace them from behind. By using this method, there were rarely any casualties on the human side as the two armies collided. During the second round of replacement, dawning light made it to the forefront. The members responsible for controlling the defensive arrays and artifacts madly pushed their world force and infused it into the arrays and artifacts so that their warship could last even a little longer. The ones in charge of the offensive arrays and artifacts quickly tried to restore their energy which they had exerted during the opening round of attacks. Meanwhile, with Yang Kai in the lead, The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters vented their powers on the Black Ink clansmen in front of them. The secret techniques they cast successfully killed many enemies. Bai Yi's skills in archery were especially intimidating in this kind of situation. Every arrow she shot could end a feudal lord's life. As her petite figure stood at the bow of the ship, her eyes radiated an unusual glow. It was apparent that she had activated an eye-secret technique as she selected her targets. The warship of the Old Turtle Squad was not far from dawning light. The Old Turtles were renowned for their defensive capabilities, so this kind of situation was where they could make the best use of their skills. The entire warship radiated a glow which served as a barrier of defense like a thick tortoise shell, which could protect the soldiers beneath it. When dawning light replaced a withdrawing warship, the Old Turtle Squad had already been at the front, and even after some time had passed, their defenses showed no sign of weakening. It had to be said that even though the Old Turtles were slow, they were peerless when it came to their defense. Given such a characteristic, it would be hard for them to earn military merits in a search and destroy mission, but they could serve as the best shield for others around them in this kind of chaotic melee. The warships that had moved forward along with dawning light earlier had all been replaced. In fact, dawning light's shields were also on the brink of failing. Although the capabilities of dawning light were far greater than average squad-class warships, they were for all intents and purposes balanced. It was unlike the warship of the Old Turtle Squad, which had outstanding defensive and offensive strength but greatly reduced speed and maneuverability. Dawning light naturally reached its limit sooner than the older Turtles' warship. Fortunately, both armies were already tangled up together, so dawning light didn't have to fully retreat. Like two torrents that collided, the universe seemed to have turned upside down as the void became destabilized. After the exchange of moves, with the battalion-class warships leading the way, the humans tore apart the defenses of the Black Ink clan army. The warships from behind came forward and cast their attacks on the Black Ink clansmen on both sides, further dividing up the enemy. Like a sharp blade, the human warships cut across the Black Ink clan's lines and continued to move forward for several 100,000 kilometers until the enemy army had been split apart. Upon arriving at this spot, the battalion-class warship in the lead suddenly changed directions and charged forward. The other warships all followed it closely. The battalion-class warship was commanded by Xianxia. In order to carry out the plan on this day, this battalion-class warship was specially modified and its members were also carefully selected. Ordinary squads were not comparable to it when it came to their offense and defense capabilities. Such a battalion-class warship could serve as the tip of the spear. Meanwhile, the other battalion-class warships, all commanded by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were located on the sides of the fleet. That way, with the protection of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they could ensure that the fleet wouldn't be broken up, allowing them to move together as a cohesive force. However, the price that the East-West Army had to pay was that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their freedom to move around. It wasn't hard for the Black Ink clan to resolve this problem. They just had to gather enough power and specifically target one point of the fleet to break up the formation. Therefore, the humans had to bear some risk by using this tactic. With that said, in order to ensure the completeness of the fleet, they had no other choice. Only by acting this way could they limit the losses that they might suffer. The lives of the Black Ink clansmen were valueless, but the humans couldn't afford to lose their men. Several decades ago, Xianxia had taken part in the North-South Army's fight against the Black Ink clan. During that battle, he led two elite squads of the North-South Army, using his golden crow cast the sun to cut a swath through the enemy ranks. As they dashed around the battlefield, they destroyed many Black Ink clansmen to tip the balance in the humans' favor. What the East-West Army was doing on this day was basically the same. With that said, the scale of things was significantly larger than back then. At that time, Xianxia led two special operations squads on his own, but this time all the soldiers of the East-West Army were taking action together, so it was tremendously more effective overall. The territory lords were dumbfounded. They initially thought that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would target them and head to another battlefield to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, it now seemed that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't have such an intention as they steadfastly guarded the periphery of the fleet. If the fleet of warships sailed by the humans was compared to a grand dragon, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were like its scales. All the human soldiers had formed into a horrifying force. After old ancestor Xianxia stirred up chaos, the Black Ink clan's formation had already collapsed. Although they had tried to reorganize themselves, it was not effective. Following the exchange of moves with the humans, their formation was broken up again. Wherever the human warships went, the Black Ink clansmen were powerless to resist. Although the powerful Black Ink masters had repeatedly made a move, their attacks were blocked by the Eighth Order division commanders and the warships themselves. There was nothing they could do to achieve a breakthrough. In just a while, the Grand Dragon formed from human warships had torn the battlefield apart. The body of the Grand Dragon had surrounded about 200,000 Black Ink clansmen. A bombardment of attacks rained from the warships and struck the Black Ink clansmen who had been isolated. More and more of them continuously lost their lives. Suddenly, there came a moment when a blade light slashed across the void from the head of the fleet. Upon impact, the aura of a territory lord soon dissipated. The blade light came from Xianxia, who was leading the charge. When the blade light slashed out earlier, both humans and the Black Ink clan felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. On the deck of Dawning Light, Xianxia was amazed. He had already heard that Xianxia was significantly more powerful than other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. When Xianxia was still the army commander of Blue Sky Pass back then, the territory lords would have their expressions changed drastically upon hearing his name. It was said that 7 territory lords were killed by him in the past. Of course, that was just a rumor, and Xianxia had never seen Xianxia make a move like this before. It wasn't until this day that he finally witnessed the man's full strength. Xianxia could kill a territory lord with a single slash. Xianxia didn't think any other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were capable of doing that. Although it clearly wasn't easy for Xianxia to use such an attack, and the territory lord, who was surrounded by the fleet of warships, must be flustered, it went to show that he was truly formidable. After the attack, the battalion-class warship changed directions and led the fleet to break through the siege and head back to the forward base. The other warships had no choice but to follow. The arrangements they had made this time could only allow them to launch a lightning strike. If the battle dragged on, the Black Ink clan would be able to reorganize and mount a proper counterattack. By then, the human army would be stuck in this quagmire. More importantly, the powerful Black Ink clan masters could deal with their strategy just by targeting a specific spot of the fleet. The enemy hadn't thought of it because they were currently flustered, and the battlefield was in chaos, so it was hard for them to unite at the moment. However, as time passed, the territory lords would realize this easy method to hit back. In fact, the territory lords had already regained their senses. Following Che Kong's order, the territory lords were ready to rally together and launch an attack on the human warships. On the other hand, the Black Ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city had already started intercepting the universe worlds, so their hands would soon be untied. When the Black Ink clansmen came over from the right side, the humans would have to deal with even more enemies. Therefore, Xianxia promptly decided that they had to retreat after gaining some advantage. Perhaps the territory lords were wary of Xianxia's power, so it was easier than what the humans had imagined when they broke through the siege. Nevertheless, the Black Ink clan didn't seem to have the intention of letting the humans go so easily. As the warships retreated, the Black Ink clan relentlessly pursued them. However, the humans knew that they would be vulnerable when withdrawing, and after dealing such a blow to the Black Ink clan, the latter would surely be out for blood. The Black Ink clan soldiers raced after the humans and bombarded the warships with a series of attacks. Faced with the Black Ink clan's assault, the battalion-class warships circled back from the periphery to guard the rear of the fleet, forming a protective screen against the enemy's assault. It wasn't until the humans were 10 million kilometers away from the royal city that the Black Ink clan stopped pursuing them. The Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to keep chasing after the humans, for they were not certain if they had any hidden trump cards to play. If the humans launched a sneak attack on the Black Ink nest when the Black Ink clansmen were not around, they would be doomed. Therefore, despite his unwillingness, Che Kong still ordered them to stop their pursuit. As he watched the human warships leave, his face contorted with fury. It was rare that a battle between the two races of such a scale had ended so quickly. The reason the humans could achieve it was that they had to obey the leader's command no matter what. Wherever Xianxia was, that was where the fleet of warships would be heading. Therefore, the moment his battalion-class warship started retreating, the other warships followed suit without hesitation. There hadn't really been any grand strategies used in this battle. They simply relied on the excellent leadership of their commanders, the collaboration between several tens of thousands of soldiers, and a bit of luck. Only 1 hour had passed from the time the two armies clashed to the time the humans withdrew 10 million kilometers from the royal city. However, in just 1 hour, the humans had managed to cause the same number of casualties to the Black Ink clan as the total number of casualties for the past 20 years. There were even more casualties if they included what the old ancestor had done to the Black Ink clan earlier. After all, 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples were killed by the old ancestor, and even more of them were injured. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses, it didn't mean no humans were killed. Under Xianxia's leadership, the fleet of warships had acted like a dragon that swam across the battlefield in an imposing manner. Nevertheless, the Black Ink clan was not weak. The defenses of some of the warships were shattered, and when that happened, the soldiers inside were instantly exposed to danger. While more and more Black Ink clansmen were killed on the battlefield, the sound of small universes collapsing was also heard. Casualties were inevitable, especially when one was trying to break through a siege and retreat. Although the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had brought up the rear on their battalion-class warships, they couldn't possibly ensure everyone's safety. There were times when they were powerless to save some of the soldiers' lives. The Black Ink clan hadn't achieved their goal of breaking the humans with a pursuit from behind, but to the humans it was already a huge loss. It was a price they had to pay though, and the leaders of the East-West Army had already expected such an outcome when they were coming up with this plan. Regardless, this plan had to be carried out. No war would end with no casualties. The differences were how many of them were killed, and whether their deaths were meaningful. The leaders had already done their best to minimize the number of deaths. From beginning to end, the battle formation remained intact, though the shields of many warships had turned dim and numerous arrays were flashing and flickering. It was a sign that the arrays were on the verge of breaking. Xianxia, who was soaked in black blood, was standing on the deck of Dawning Light. As he looked around, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful. The peace in the 3000 worlds was in stark contrast to the brutality on the Black Ink battlefield. The trillions of people back in the 3000 worlds didn't know that so many of the brightest cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises were constantly fighting against the Black Ink clan on such a battlefield, silently defending their homeland. Those who were killed on the battlefield would only have their names carved on the Monument of Heroes back in the Great Passes so that their comrades would remember them. However, when their friends and relatives all passed away, only the names would remain. No one would really remember them then. Just then, Xianxia caught a whiff of a bodily fragrance as Feng appeared beside him. He turned to look at her and asked with concern, "Is everyone all right?" Feng replied, "No one is fatally wounded. Junior brother Yu suffered some damage to his small universe, so it will take him a few years to properly recuperate. One of junior brother Ning's arms was torn off, but he managed to catch it and it's now reconnected. He'll be fine after he fully recovers. The others have only suffered some flesh wounds." Xianxia nodded gently. The junior brother Yu that Feng had mentioned was Yu Ziyu, who, along with Renbing Bai, were the new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had joined them when the Dawn was expanded before this campaign. On the other hand, junior brother Ning Zhiqi, who was from Red Sun Paradise, was a longtime member of Dawn who had been around since the founding of the squad. He was also one of the Black Ink disciples that Xianxia had brought back from the Black Ink clan's territory back in the Blue Sky Theater. In this war, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were more severely impacted than the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters because they had to move around outside the warships to directly deal with the enemies. As long as the defenses of the warships weren't broken, those inside wouldn't be in any danger. However, even though the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had the warship's protection, once the warships were damaged, they would be exposed to even greater danger. That was because they were weaker than the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Dawn was a special operations squad. However, in the battle that lasted just 1 hour on this day, 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, including Xianxia, were all injured. One of Ning Ziqi's arms was even torn off. It went to show how truly perilous this clash had been. With that said, it was because Dawn was located at the periphery of the fleet. Hence, they faced a greater pressure than other warships during the intense battle. I wonder how many people lost their lives. Feng Ying sighed all of a sudden. Yang Kai fell silent, for the dead couldn't be resurrected. All the survivors could do was pay tribute to their sacrifice and move on. Strictly speaking, the humans had gained a massive victory today. That was because the number of Black Ink clansmen was several dozen times greater, but the difference in casualties between both sides was of an even higher ratio. Despite the landslide victory, no one felt elated when they returned. That was because this was the first real clash between the East-West Army and the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, and there would surely be even more brutal battles in the future. It wouldn't be too late to celebrate their victory when they finally destroyed all the Black Ink clan in this place and retook Great Evolution Pass. By then, they would also celebrate the occasion on behalf of the deceased. When they returned to the forward base, the injured started recuperating while the damaged warships were repaired. Yang Kai said a few words to the members of Dawn, then headed to the mountain valley on his own. After spreading out his small universe, he waited for the old ancestors' return. This place was a restricted area in the forward base, so other than the two army commanders, even the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't come here. That was because this was the place the old ancestor would come to recuperate for many years to come. No one could disturb her. Violent energy fluctuations were still felt coming from the depths of the void, and it was apparent that the old ancestor and the royal lord were still fighting. More than 10 days later, the fluctuations suddenly stopped. Noticing this, Yang Kai just waited patiently. As he had expected, a figure descended from the sky half a day later and touched upon his small universe. A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and the next instant, the old ancestor entered his small universe and landed beside him. The moment she landed on the ground, she almost lost her balance and fell. Yang Kai promptly supported her weight, only to see that her face was horrifyingly pale, and her clothes were soaked in blood. Some of the blood was red while some was black. The red blood naturally belonged to the old ancestor, while the black blood was from the royal lord. Needless to say, they were mutually wounded again this time. With that said, it was the outcome that the old ancestor had deliberately tried to achieve. Here again, old ancestor Xiao looked up and saw the familiar log house in front of her. 100 years ago, she arrived here in this small universe when she turned into a 3-year-old child. It was the hunter who picked her up from the log house. Yang Kai grinned. I was thinking that it might help with your recuperation when you recall the fond memories you had experienced here. That's why I've chosen this place. If you think it's not appropriate, we can go somewhere else. It's fine. I'll stay here. Old ancestor Xiao waved her hand. All right, I'll help you inside. Please relax your legs. Old ancestor Xiao couldn't help but shoot him a glare. Yang Kai's words seemed to suggest that she was a frail old person. Although she was indeed in a terrible state, she was still a 9th Order old ancestor. Regardless of how horribly injured she was, she didn't need him to carry her into the house. As she secretly cursed at this smelly brat, she tripped over the threshold at the door. After Yang Kai helped old ancestor Xiao take a seat on the bed, he hospitably walked to the side and poured her a cup of water. The old ancestor took the cup and chugged down the water, then asked with a frown, "Don't you have any tea leaves?" Yang Kai shrugged. "I'm too lazy to prepare some tea. Please make do with it." The old ancestor certainly wouldn't mind it. She tossed the cup back onto the table and let out a breath. "I was too negligent." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. "Did you suffer a setback?" Old ancestor Xiao shook her head. "Not really. It's just that there's something that surprised me." Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" With a worried expression, the old ancestor replied, "The royal lord with wings on his back can make use of his black ink nest to strengthen himself. The humans were not aware of this. Even Yang Kai, who had pretended to be a black ink disciple and lived in the Black Ink clan's territory twice, was unaware of this. Therefore, upon hearing what the old ancestor said, he was shocked. The royal lord can make use of his black ink nest not only to heal, but also to directly strengthen himself? The old ancestor nodded. And, otherwise, I wouldn't have let him off. According to her plan, she would make sure that the royal lord would be half dead this time even if she couldn't kill him, and she would do the same next time. By repeatedly harassing the royal lord, she would eventually take his life one day. However, the moment they exchanged moves, she realized that the royal lord could make use of his black ink nest's power to increase his own strength, and not by just a small amount either. Xianxia soon realized something. Is that why you suddenly fell into a disadvantage not long after you clashed with the royal lord? Even though you initially had the upper hand? When the old ancestor exchanged moves with the royal lord, Xianxia was on the deck of Dawning Light, so he could see what was going on above the royal city. Although he couldn't clearly see the battle as he was too far away from the royal city, he was aware that the old ancestor was at an advantage at the start of the battle. Old ancestor Xiao nodded. Honestly, she was astounded when she realized that the royal lord's power had surged all of a sudden, for such information was not available to them in the past. Although the humans had been at war with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, they knew very little about their enemy because the Black Ink strength was irresolvable previously. It was Xianxia who found out that the transmission of information was convenient between the Black Ink nests. Is that why you pretended that you hadn't fully recovered and held back some of your power? Xianxia asked. Old ancestor Xiao was slightly surprised. You noticed? When old ancestor Xiao was injured, she could make use of Xianxia's small universe to speed up her recuperation. On the other hand, the royal lord had his black ink nest, so it could be said that both of them had an external aid in this regard. However, in comparison, the humans were already aware that the royal lords could use their black ink nests to help with their recuperation, while the Black Ink clan did not know that old ancestor Xiao had a similar advantage. This simple disparity of information could be used to trick the Black Ink clan. From the royal lord's perspective, it had only been some 30 years since he started using the black ink nest to help with his recuperation, and he hadn't fully recovered. Needless to say, the old ancestor had to be recuperating as well. However, on this day, old ancestor Xiao appeared out of nowhere and launched an attack on the royal city. Moreover, she appeared to be at the peak of her power. This made the royal lord feel puzzled as he wondered how the old ancestor managed to recover so quickly. Therefore, the moment they exchanged moves, he was taken aback. Old ancestor Xiao's plan was simple, which was to make use of the fact that she had fully recovered to continuously suppress the royal lord. While she had fully recovered, the royal lord was still wounded. If nothing unexpected happened, she could exacerbate the royal lord's wounds after the fight. Then, she would come back and seek Xianxia's help. When her wounds had healed, she would look for the royal lord for their next fight. By repeatedly doing so, she believed that the royal lord wouldn't be able to take it anymore after 100 years as his wounds would never heal properly. In the middle of his recovery, he would be injured by old ancestor Xiao again, which would exacerbate his condition as the days went by. In such a way, there would come a day when he would be defeated by her. By then, old ancestor Xiao could easily take him down without worrying that he would use some kind of secret technique that could drag her down with him. However, the moment she realized that the royal lord could make use of the black ink nest to strengthen himself, she knew that her plan wouldn't work. The royal lord indeed hadn't recovered, but with the black ink nest's help, he could still display stunning power. Old ancestor Xiao could even feel that as long as they fought near the royal city, she would be at a disadvantage even if she went all out. Hence, upon that realization, she decided to hold back some of her strength and pretend that she was still wounded. Such a sudden change might have exposed her real condition, but to the royal lord that was the way it should be, so the risks were minimal. After the previous battle, they were mutually wounded. Only 30 or so years had passed, and he was still recuperating, so how was it possible that the old ancestor had fully recovered? Then, the old ancestor decided on the spot to raise chaos on both sides of the royal city. Since she was unable to kill the royal lord, she decided to deal with the Black Ink clan soldiers to create a chance for the East-West army to slaughter the enemy. In fact, in order to make a scene on both sides of the royal city, the old ancestor had to pay a huge price. When she was dealing with the third Black Ink disciple, she was directly struck by the Royal Lord's attack. For the rest of the battle, she had to suppress her pain to make sure that no one noticed. Then, she decided to lure the Royal Lord away so that the latter couldn't keep drawing energy from the black ink nest. When she reached the depths of the void and exchanged moves with the Royal Lord, she still held back some of her power to feign weakness and injury. In the end, the two top masters fought an intense, but not life-threatening battle. That was the reason she managed to retain her original form when she returned. One had to know that when she came back to the forward base previously, she immediately turned into a 3-year-old child, and it wasn't until much later that she regained her consciousness. Could be said that she was already in a better state this time. I thought I'd concealed it well. It never crossed my mind that you'd figured it out. The old ancestor thought that it was such a shame. Xianxia chuckled. I was fully aware of your condition because you recuperated in my small universe. However, the Royal Lord definitely wouldn't have noticed, so you don't have to worry about it. You have a point. The old ancestor nodded lightly. Now, it seems that the black ink nests do not only help the black ink clan cultivate and heal, but they can also empower them as long as they are nearby. Knowing what she was trying to say, Xianxia asked, Are you worried about Great Evolution Pass? The old ancestor nodded. There are black ink nests in Great Evolution Pass, so I suppose they might be able to help the territory lords strengthen themselves. Send a message to them and tell them to be careful and not invade Great Evolution Pass when they see an opportunity. Upon receiving the order, Xianxia replied, Understood. I will report it to the army commanders. I'm exhausted, so I'll start healing now. Upon finishing her words, old ancestor Xiao sat down on the bed with her legs crossed. The next instant, her figure started shrinking. Barely several breaths of time later, she transformed from an adult to a young child that appeared some 7 or 8 years old. She looked just like the young girl in the marketplace in Inyang Pass when Xianxia saw her for the first time. It suggested that she was indeed in a better state than last time. Since the old ancestor had to recuperate, Xianxia left the log house respectfully. At the entrance of the valley where Xianxia had spread out his small universe, 2 7th-order open heaven realm masters, who were responsible for standing guard, exchanged glances as they had received a message from Xianxia via divine sense. One of them nodded. I'll inform the army commanders about it now. A moment later, aboard the purifying black ink battleship, Xiangshan, Lu Jiping, and the others listened to the report from the 7th Order Master. It was only then that they learned that the Black Ink clan could use their black ink nests to strengthen themselves in combat. Then, they promptly told someone to head to Great Evolution Pass to share this piece of information with the North-South Army. Although the North-South Army wasn't supposed to launch an attack on Great Evolution Pass, they still had to immediately share such information with them. However, since it was a long journey, it would be at least a month later when the North-South Army received this intel. After the East-West Army's first clash with the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, they went on to coexist peacefully for the next 20 years. During this period of time, the humans never made a move. They had also stopped harassing the Black Ink clan with universe worlds. This silence only made the leaders of the Black Ink clan feel ill at ease. That was because it suggested that the humans were trying to accumulate enough strength before launching an even more violent assault than last time. The territory lords had the urge to take the initiative and launch an attack on the humans. However, the royal lord had given an order, so they wouldn't dare to make a rash move. In the beginning, with Che Kong as the leader, some of the territory lords still thought that it was better to defend the royal city than to launch an attack. Nevertheless, as time passed, even Che Kong felt that he had made a mistake by being too conservative. He should have derailed the humans' plan before they gained a strong foothold. Now that the humans had set up a forward base, and the royal lord was badly injured, there wasn't a chance for the Black Ink clan to initiate an attack. It was too late now, though, so they could only obey the royal lord's order and defend the royal city at all costs. No war broke out on the East-West Army side for 20 years. On the other hand, over the past 20 years, the North-South Army had clashed with the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass on several occasions. There were about 700,000 Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, including more than 20 territory lords and about 58th Order Black Ink disciples. It was a force to be reckoned with. The Black Ink clan had made countless arrangements in Great Evolution Pass over the last 30,000 years, and given their collective power, it wasn't hard for them to deal with a mere 30,000 human soldiers. The North-South Army had never shown any intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass. Be it the irritable Ouyang Lai or the measured Mi Jingluan, they both knew that it was no different from asking for death if they tried to assault Great Evolution Pass in such a situation. The humans had limited manpower, so they couldn't afford to suffer any unnecessary losses. Therefore, the North-South Army had set up camp about 2 days' journey from Great Evolution Pass, just close enough to monitor the situation and ensure they could intercept any Black Ink clansmen that tried to leave the Great Pass. This made the Black Ink clansmen feel vexed. After the battle at the Royal City 20 years ago, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass realized that they couldn't keep hiding in this place to enjoy the temporary peace. Once the Royal City was destroyed, they couldn't possibly stay safe in Great Evolution Pass. Therefore, after the Black Ink clansmen learned about the battle, they began trying to leave Great Evolution Pass and head to the Royal City to provide reinforcements. Given the fact that there were 700,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, more than 20 territory lords, and about 58th Order Black Ink disciples, if they went all out, the humans would not be able to stop them. However, if they really did that, it would be akin to giving up Great Evolution Pass. Certainly, Territory Lord Hong Di wouldn't agree to it. After all, his Black Ink nest was located in Great Evolution Pass, so this place was practically his domain. As such, over the years, the Black Ink clansmen had been trying to come up with a solution to this problem. On one hand, they had to retain control of Great Evolution Pass. On the other hand, they had to send some people to the Royal City to help their clansmen. For this reason, these Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass would try to circumvent the North-South Army and head to the Royal City every few years. Their first attempt took place half a year after the battle broke out in the Royal City. That time, they had sent about 400,000 Black Ink clan soldiers with more than 10 territory lords leading the way. They decided to set off on their journey from the back of Great Evolution Pass, even though that meant they had to make a large detour. The number of the Black Ink clansmen was the outcome of the territory lords' discussion. This number was neither big nor small, but they would be of great help to their clansmen if they managed to reach the Royal City, while those that had stayed back were sufficient to protect Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans discovered their plan. Moreover, they seemed to have already expected it, as they despicably set up a lot of spirit arrays on the universe fragments where the Black Ink clansmen would have to pass by. When the Black Ink clan army arrived at the area that was full of those universe fragments, they were caught off guard by the spirit arrays that exploded all around them. The human soldiers, who were supposedly 2 days' journey from Great Evolution Pass, suddenly appeared from the depths of the void. The auras of dozens of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters formed into a horrifying pressure and made them feel suffocated. Before both parties even clashed, the Black Ink clansmen had lost their will to fight. That was because they had already suffered a huge setback in the previous battle with the humans. Their exchange of moves this time couldn't be considered intense, and the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to retreat back to Great Evolution Pass. The North-South Army didn't go all out or initiate a pursuit this time, so both parties didn't suffer any major losses. After that, the North-South Army and the Black Ink clan skirmished on several occasions, each time only testing each other out as the leaders of both parties acted with restraint. The longest fight they ever had only lasted for half a day, after which they respectively retreated. The shortest fight only lasted a cup of tea's time. During these clashes, perhaps 10,000 Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives, while it was rare of any humans to be killed. After years of confrontation, the Black Ink clansmen finally came to the realization that they could not leave Great Evolution Pass and head to the Royal City to help their clansmen before they could destroy the human army at their doorstep. Given such a situation, they could only keep on confronting one another and wait for any turn of events in the Royal City. That change soon happened. 20 years had passed in the outside world, but the old ancestor, who had recuperated in Yang Kai's small universe for the past 80 years, had fully recovered once again. The injury that old ancestor Xianxia had suffered from was less severe this time, so it was easier for her to recover. However, this time, she only wandered around within Yang Kai's small universe, unlike the previous time when she experienced a kind of life she never had. Therefore, it took her 80 years before she could fully recover. The moment the old ancestor was done recuperating, the humans mobilized again. 20 years had passed in the outside world. Other than getting some rest, the East-West army had also been preparing for the next battle, so that when the old ancestor recovered, they could launch an attack on the royal city. Now the time had come. After an order was passed down, 16 universe worlds that had been properly set up began accelerating from somewhere deep in the void and headed straight to the royal city. In the meantime, the human warships started rising into the sky from the back of the forward base. Meanwhile, the old ancestor flew out towards the royal city on her own. This time, she didn't take action along with the army. Instead, she decided to take the initiative to leave the forward base first. The same method wouldn't work twice, so the old ancestor decided to do something different this time and catch the Black Ink clan off guard. The Black Ink clansmen from the royal city had been closely monitoring the humans' forward base. However, the enemy had not made a move for the past 20 years. The humans' inaction made them feel ill at ease, as though there was an invisible blade hanging above their heads. The suspense made them feel distressed. When the human warships circled around the forward base and appeared in the void, the feudal lords, who were responsible for monitoring the situation, instantly noticed it. They promptly reported it to their higher-ups, and the news soon reached Che Kong. He stepped out of the cabin of his large ship and looked out from the deck. The human warships were indeed approaching them from a distance. Without hesitation, he said to the female territory lord, who had been following him, "Keep monitoring the human soldiers. I'll return to the royal city to awaken the royal lord." The royal lord had previously suffered a loss because of the old ancestor's sneak attack. Therefore, when he returned, he told Che Kong that, when the humans invaded the royal city next time, the latter had to immediately wake him so that he wouldn't be caught off guard again. He wouldn't have given such an order if he had a choice, as no Black Ink clansman was willing to be forcefully awakened when they were recuperating, for this would be disruptive to their recovery. This was especially true for a royal lord. Nevertheless, such drawbacks were inconsequential compared to the possibility of the old ancestor launching a sneak attack on him again. After all, when the old ancestor struck, the royal lord would immediately awaken anyway. Hence, he would rather let his subordinate wake him up first so that he could get prepared. Certainly, Che Kong wouldn't dare to disobey the royal lord's order. However, since the human warships had just taken off, it would take them at least half a day before they would reach the royal city. Therefore, he reckoned that he wouldn't have to wake the royal lord in a hurry. After he spoke to the female territory lord, Che Kong immediately headed to the royal city. Nevertheless, not long after he left, he abruptly turned around. A dangerous aura was rapidly approaching, one that caused Che Kong and the female territory lord's expressions to change drastically. The old ancestor was already on her way. This was something they had never anticipated, as they all thought that the old ancestor would take action along with the human army, so it surprised them that she had made a move first. By the time they realized that the human soldiers were mobilizing, the old ancestor had already arrived near the royal city. With no time to mull over what the old ancestor was up to, Che Kong roared, "Enemy attack!" The next instant, a phantom-like figure crashed into the Black Ink clan soldiers who were just outside the royal city. As her violent world force surged, the entire void seemed to be boiling as though a burning piece of iron had fallen into cold water. When one of the most powerful human cultivators flared up at the Black Ink clan soldiers, ignoring her status completely, the damage she could cause was catastrophic. It was because there was practically no one who could stop her. Without the royal lord around, even the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were at risk of losing their lives. Thousands of Black Ink clansmen lost their lives every breath. With the petite figure as the center, the Black Ink clansmen around her melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Many feudal lords, and even some territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples lost their lives to this sneak attack. In just 10 breaths, some 50,000 Black Ink clansmen had been slaughtered. The Black Ink clan's formation had descended into chaos as the Black Ink clansmen instinctively cast their secret techniques at the figure, but their attempts were all futile. More often than not, they accidentally injured their own allies rather than hitting the enemy. Some of the Black Ink clansmen were killed by their own clansmen instead of the old ancestor, which was quite miserable. 10 breaths of time was all it took for many Black Ink clansmen to be laid to rest forever. Meanwhile, the same amount of time was sufficient for the royal lord to come to his senses. The old ancestor's power had burst forth just outside the royal city. Therefore, the royal lord could clearly sense it even though he was in a state of deep slumber. Before the old ancestor could cause more chaos and casualties to the Black Ink clan, the royal lord furiously shot out of the royal city, his form engulfed in thick black ink strength. Infuriated, he went all out and struck at old ancestor Xianxia, forcing her back. A hint of redness flashed through her fair face, but it soon disappeared. Hovering in the void, she stared at the royal lord from a distance. Her alluring eyes seemed able to see through the black ink strength and take in the fury and puzzlement behind the royal lord's gaze. The royal lord was indeed furious and puzzled. He was furious because only 20 years had passed, but this insane woman came to harass him again, interrupting his healing just like last time. On the other hand, he wondered if all humans were so crazy. He was certain that this woman hadn't fully recovered as during their exchange just now. He could clearly sense some fluctuations in her aura. Certainly, he couldn't exclude the possibility that the other party was hiding her true power. However, that was practically impossible. With the help of his black ink nest, he had only healed some 30% of his injuries over the last 20 years. This old ancestor, whose secret art was unique and had far harsher conditions to satisfy, had to be in an even more terrible state. She had provoked him twice when she was still injured. Apparently, while she was in a horrible state, she also wouldn't let her opponent enjoy any peaceful days. Why was she so crazy? Although they were mutually wounded in the last 2 fights, that didn't mean they couldn't still fight. However, if she kept doing this, their foundations would be damaged even though they were respectively a royal lord and a 9th order open heaven realm master. As he looked at the woman before his eyes, the image of the 9th order open heaven realm master, who was in command of great evolution past 30,000 years ago, sprang to his mind. That person was equally mad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to drag the previous royal lord down with him even after suffering a severe wound due to a sneak attack. It seemed that the humans were indeed a horrifying race. These 2 most powerful masters stared at each other from a distance. Although there wasn't an exchange of words or moves, the silent pressure made the Black Ink clan soldiers too terrified to say anything. Gazing at the old ancestor, the royal lord asked, "What's the point of doing all this?" Although his question lacked any kind of context, the old ancestor understood what he meant. Apparently, he felt that since both of them were injured, they should recuperate on their own and let the subordinates fight with one another. The result would be dependent on their subordinates' strength, and they shouldn't interfere. That would be fairer for both sides. What was the point of her provoking the royal lord when she was still injured? They would just end up being mutually wounded again, and none of them would gain any advantage. Upon hearing that, Xianxia put on a smile. Humans are weak, so we have no choice but to act a little crazy. As an old ancestor, I naturally have to put in more effort. Including this time, she had exchanged moves with the royal lord thrice, but it was the first time they had spoken to one another. The previous times, they directly clashed with one another without any attempt to communicate. The reason she was even willing to talk to him was that the East-West army was still on their way. If she could stall for time, it would be helpful for the humans who were planning to attack. As long as she was around, the Black Ink clansmen, whose formation had been disrupted, wouldn't be able to effectively reorganize themselves. The royal lord lowered his gaze. "Since you know that humans are weak, why don't you pledge loyalty to the Black Ink clan? The humans are destined to be ruled by the Black Ink clan one day. You're one of the most powerful of the humans, so I'm sure you're aware of it." Old ancestor Xianxia snorted. "Stop boasting shamelessly. What makes you think the Black Ink clan will rule over the humans one day? Since time immemorial, the Black Ink clan has never been able to step out of the Black Ink battlefield. As long as humans still live, we will never let you succeed." The royal lord shook his head. "How obstinate!" Old ancestor Xianxia refuted. "We can never see eye to eye." The royal lord stopped persuading her as he turned to look at the human warships that were sailing towards the royal city from a distance. He then suggested by saying, For today's war, why don't we watch from the sides and not interfere? Honestly, even though he could derive energy from his black ink nest, he wasn't willing to fight with her today. That was because he hadn't recovered. Although he wouldn't be at a disadvantage by making use of the black ink nest's power, it would slow down his recovery considerably. Moreover, he didn't have the confidence to kill this woman, so the end result would only be a massive loss of resources and more wounds on his body. If he had the confidence to win, he would have directly made a move instead of talking to her. Although they had only exchanged moves a few times, he had come to realize that she was a difficult opponent to deal with. Upon hearing his suggestion, old ancestor Xianxia shook her head. No. Since I'm here, I'll not watch the fight and do nothing. The royal lord snapped. Don't go too far. He had already conceded quite a bit to her by suggesting that they wouldn't have a hand in the battle on this day. After all, before he left the black ink nest, old ancestor Xianxia had killed several tens of thousands of black ink clansmen, including some territory lords and 8th Order black ink disciples. He had decided not to settle accounts with her over this insult, but this woman still wouldn't agree to it. That was the reason he was enraged. The next instant, a puff of black ink strength appeared beside old ancestor Xianxia. The black ink strength turned into a contorted face as it howled in silence. Although the howl was silent, it was as though it could penetrate a person's mind and cause them to fall into a state of restlessness. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would freeze for a moment after getting struck. It was apparently the Royal Lord's move. The instant the strange secret technique was cast, the Royal Lord charged towards old ancestor Xianxia and pushed his palm. Old ancestor Xianxia sneered. You said we should just watch from the sides, but you didn't hesitate to make a move. You're indeed a typical Royal Lord, aren't you? The Royal Lord snorted. Since you've already turned me down, all that's left to do is fight. This Royal Lord was a decisive person. He wasn't lying when he suggested that both of them should not interfere in the battle today. If old ancestor Xianxia had agreed to it, both of them would have kept their word. For powerful beings like them, even a simple promise could affect their fates. Hence, it wouldn't do them any good if they broke their word. However, the moment the Royal Lord was rejected by old ancestor Xianxia, he directly cast his secret technique. It was apparent that he was well prepared from the start. Just like what he had said, since his suggestion was rejected, there was no choice but to fight. As the two have clashed, Che Kong and the other territory lords felt extremely frustrated. For the same scenario that happened 20 years ago repeated itself. Back then, the two top masters clashed with one another among the Black Ink clan soldiers, causing many deaths and throwing their formation into disarray. As a result, they were at a huge disadvantage when they were forced to deal with the human army immediately after. 20 years later, things were playing out exactly the same way. Fortunately, after the previous experience, the territory lords had come up with a plan to deal with this situation. After ordering their subordinates to back off, the more powerful Black Ink masters gathered together and charged the old ancestor in order to assist the royal lord. Again, old ancestor Xianxia cast the secret technique that brought forth yin and yang from chaos. The next instant, the void was covered with a giant yin-yang fish. Even with the help of this secret technique though, her momentum still appeared weaker than 20 years ago. Only a moment had passed since the beginning of the battle, but she had already been struck several times and her world force trembled as a result. Fortunately, those strikes were from the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples, which was still bearable for the old ancestor. If she had been struck by the royal lord, she would have fallen into a terrible state. This sight confirmed the royal lord's suspicions. This woman indeed hadn't recovered. In fact, her injuries had worsened after she repeatedly provoked him. As a result, she appeared weaker than she was previously. On the other hand, even though the royal lord was also still wounded, he could make use of his black ink nest to strengthen himself as long as he was still close to the royal city. Moreover, most of the burden had been lifted off his shoulders as he had the help of many territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. After exchanging moves for a while, old ancestor Xianxia concluded that this couldn't drag on, or her situation would grow increasingly perilous. Therefore, she launched a feint before dashing out of the battlefield and heading towards the depths of the void. The Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples stopped in their tracks, but after hesitating for a moment, the Royal Lord decided to pursue her. He hesitated to give chase at first because his only real goal was to drive the old ancestor away. Since he had achieved this, he could just stay near the royal city. However, he knew that if he didn't keep an eye on that woman, she might launch a sneak attack on his army. To be safe, he decided to tie her down. That was because he was certain that, if he didn't do that, this shameless woman would definitely target his subordinates who were guarding the right side of the royal city. When that happened, he would still have to confront her, so he figured it was better to just keep an eye on her from the start. Despite knowing that the old ancestor was intentionally trying to lure him away from the royal city so that he couldn't derive energy from his black ink nest, the royal lord had no other choice but to play along. In such a situation, he had the confidence to suppress the other party even without his black ink nest's help. After all, he had the advantage when it came to recuperation. Nevertheless, he was annoyed by the woman who repeatedly provoked him. He decided that he would teach her a lesson this time even if he had to pay a steep price. Che Kong let out a breath, for the two menaces had finally left. With that said, the matter wasn't over. The human army was still closing in on the royal city. Although there wasn't any anomaly on the right side of the royal city, the Black Ink clan knew that universe worlds had to be coming at them based on past experiences. Therefore, the Black Ink clansmen on both sides of the royal city could only reorganize themselves and stay alert. When the humans were close enough to the royal city half a day later, the battle broke out. The humans still used the same tactic. With the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's protection, the fleet of warships turned into a long dragon as the warships flew in tight formation. Under Xianxia's leadership, the dragon freely flew around the battlefield. The Black Ink clan soldiers performed better than the previous time. Che Kong had a talent for leading an army, especially when it came to defense. Although the Black Ink clan had suffered a setback previously, Che Kong racked his brain and finally came up with a way to resolve this tactic. In fact, he had already thought of this solution before the previous battle ended. However, before he could organize his troops, the humans had retreated. Despite having a solution, he was unable to destroy the human army. This was a good chance for him. If Che Kong could use this method to destroy the dragon formed from warships, the humans would be the ones who suffered a loss this time. The solution he had come up with exploited the biggest shortcoming of this tactic that the humans used. Because the fleet of warships was in such a close formation, all Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to scatter around the periphery, thus serving as the scales to provide the best protection. Since they were scattered around though, they were unable to gather their strength together. The Black Ink clan just had to come together and target a particular spot of this dragon in order to break up this formation. As long as a part of the dragon was cut off, the fleet of warships would no longer be able to sail smoothly across the battlefield. Just as the human warships cut across the battlefield as the dragon entrapped over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen and slaughtered them, several territory lords and more than 10 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples secretly moved to one side of the fleet, using thick black ink clouds to cover their tracks. Soon, the violent attacks from about 20 powerful masters burst forth in an instant and struck the battalion-class warship closest to them. A clean-cut woman was standing on the deck of the battalion-class warship, a razor-sharp sword in her hand. As she wielded her weapon, the Black Ink clansmen around her were instantly killed. She was the Great Evolution Western Army's 2nd Division Commander Army, Xu Yin. Despite being a woman, she was just as powerful as any man of the same order. The Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples had stealthily approached her ship, and on such a chaotic battlefield, even an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Xu Yin was unable to detect them until they attacked. As she turned her head, she saw the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering attacks coming right at her. Generally speaking, an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was more powerful than a Territory Lord, but there wouldn't be a huge gap between them. At this moment, Xu Yin was faced with the attacks from nearly 20 masters in the same realm as her. Although she had the battalion-class warship's protection, she was unable to ward off such an assault. The warship being destroyed and all the people aboard being killed would be the only outcome possible, unless she immediately escaped. If she disregarded the lives of the human soldiers aboard the warship, she would stand a chance to survive. A territory lord might run away if they found themselves in such a situation, but an Eighth Order master would never do that. With that said, Xu Yin remained unperturbed. Faced with the fatal attacks, she stabbed her sword down and shouted, "Bind!" However, the sword didn't penetrate the deck. Instead, it had mysteriously disappeared into the void. As the sword dissipated, a grand array suddenly appeared beneath her feet. The grand array almost covered the entire deck as its patterns lit up. At the same time, all Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard the battalion-class warships around the Long Dragon seemed to have detected something, and they promptly formed different hand seals as world forces surged around them. Grand arrays with the same patterns as those aboard Xu Yin's warship illuminated these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters shouted, "Set!" At that instant, dozens of these battalion-class warships around the dragon became linked to one another through a mysterious force. With a dispassionate expression, Xu Yin stood at the bow of the warship like a flag. Faced with the horrifying attacks from the enemies, she remained calm and collected. As the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples watched in shock, the attacks, which should have reduced the battalion-class warship to dust and torn apart the human formation, did not yield any meaningful results. A brilliant light barrier condensed around Xu Yin's battalion-class warship, one that appeared delicate, as though it would be shattered with a single touch. However, the moment the attacks struck the barrier, only a series of ripples were formed while the shield held strong. 3 breaths of time later, the impact of the attacks dissipated. Xu Yin's battalion-class warship left along with the dragon, leaving behind the puzzled territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples as they exchanged glances. "A grand array," an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple suddenly said. They used some kind of grand array to synchronize and link all the warships of those Eighth Order masters together, so they could share the burden of our attacks together. Another Eighth Order Black Ink disciple lamented. "It seems that the humans have invented some new things over the past 30,000 years. Before they were corrupted by Black Ink strength, they had never heard that the humans could use such a grand array. This was clearly invented after they became Black Ink disciples. The defensive strength of this grand array was all but impenetrable. Although some 20 masters had joined forces, they still couldn't break this shield. It seemed that only the Royal Lord would be able to achieve that. The battalion-class warships of those Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters already served as the dragon scales of the fleet, capable of fending off most of the Black Ink clan's attacks independently. With such a grand array connecting them now, their defense had become even sturdier. Faced with such a fleet of warships, the Black Ink clansmen had no idea what they could do. "Stop dawdling and come up with a solution," a territory lord harshly snapped at them. Although Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were fairly powerful, they were no different than slaves in front of these territory lords. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple who was the first to speak earlier bent his back. "Don't worry about it, sir. The more powerful the array is, the more restrictions it has. If I'm not mistaken, those Eighth Order masters are no longer able to easily make a move after activating such a spirit array. In other words, they can only defend, but not attack." "Are you serious?" The territory lord's eyes brightened when he heard that. In that case, it would be very good news to the Black Ink clan, as a lot of casualties on their side could be avoided. One had to know that those Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could easily kill a massive number of Black Ink clansmen. As the territory lord looked up, he saw that the Eighth Order Masters were indeed standing on the decks without showing signs of making another move. He reckoned that the Black Ink disciple didn't lie to him. It seemed that the humans couldn't have the cake and eat it too, as there was a serious drawback to this new grand array. The drawback to the humans was good news to the Black Ink clan. Now, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to make a move as they had to sustain the strange grand array. However, the Black Ink clan were not restrained at all. In other words, the Eighth Order Masters were in a situation where they couldn't counterattack, and regardless of how powerful the grand array was, there had to be a limit. As long as the Black Ink clan continuously attacked, there would come a moment when the shield was shattered. Upon that realization, The Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples stopped hesitating as they chased after the dragon and cast their secret techniques. On the other hand, after the humans activated the intertwining branches formation, their defense had indeed been boosted greatly, but their destructive power had also been considerably weakened. For that reason, the dragon could no longer rampage smoothly as it appeared somewhat sluggish now. They were efficient earlier as the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could act freely to kill the enemy. Now that they were unable to use their secret techniques as they pleased, the humans appeared less intimidating. Besides that, as the powerful Black Ink clansmen relentlessly attacked the intertwining branches formation, the spirit array started showing signs of collapsing. Xianxia promptly led the human soldiers to retreat. The Black Ink clansmen chased after them and continued to attack. It wasn't until the humans were 10 million kilometers away from the royal city that the Black Ink clan stopped. Right then, the 16 universe worlds finally arrived. The 30% of the Black Ink army on the right side easily intercepted them, ensuring that the royal city was not damaged one bit. The Black Ink clan had suffered fewer losses this time than the previous battle, mainly because they were caught off guard by the humans 20 years ago. Now that they had put their guard up, they ended up in a better situation. Regardless, they had still lost several tens of thousands of troops, including many feudal lords. The humans had suffered some losses as well, but with the intertwining branches formation's protection, the damage was minimal. A few days later, the old ancestor and the royal lord returned to their own places and recuperated. After this battle, the human soldiers would launch an attack on the royal city every 20 years or so. Basically, the old ancestor would make a move first and lure the royal lord away. Following that, the two armies would engage in an intense battle. Unlike the Black Ink clan's rigid defense, the humans had a myriad of tricks up their sleeves. The intertwining branches formation underwent several improvements. In the past, it couldn't be easily stopped once it was activated, but now they could stop or start this grand array as they pleased. When the spirit array was running, the division commanders could connect their battalion-class warships and provide the best defense to the Long Dragon. The moment the spirit array stopped running, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could slaughter their enemies. As they effortlessly switched between defense and offense, the Black Ink clan found themselves powerless to deal with them. Also, the East-West army wouldn't just launch an attack on the royal city from the left side. In one of the battles, 20,000 soldiers from the East-West army followed behind the more than 10 universe worlds and struck the royal city from the right side. The Black Ink clan suffered immense losses during that clash. That was because they had been focused on monitoring the humans' forward base and failed to detect any mobilization of warships at the time. During that battle, while nothing major happened at the station, more than 10 universe worlds appeared out of nowhere and flew at the right side of the royal city. The Black Ink clan forces on the right side of the royal city certainly had no regard for these universe worlds. They had to deal with such a situation every 20 years, so they already knew how to quickly destroy these universe worlds. However, after they fully activated their powers and shattered these universe worlds, they were astounded to see the fleet of human warships appearing before them. They were caught completely off guard, and in just a few exchanges, many had lost their lives. On the other hand, 70% of the Black Ink clansmen had been paying close attention to the human encampment, but their wait was futile. It had been unusually silent at the enemy forward base, and it wasn't until the fleet of warships appeared behind the universe worlds that they realized the humans were already within striking distance. The humans had hidden behind the universe worlds this time, which was why the Black Ink clansmen were unaware of their presence. It was easily the most devastating battle for the Black Ink clan since they started confronting the humans outside the royal city. Most of the Black Ink clansmen on the right side of the royal city were slaughtered, with as many as 8 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples being killed as well. The territory lord and 8th Order Black Ink disciples did not hold their powers back when destroying the universe worlds. Therefore, the moment the humans surprised them, they were out of breath and couldn't respond promptly. As for the 70% of the Black Ink clan army on the left side, they quickly raced to the rescue, but they were unable to save their clansmen's lives. The humans never stayed for long and would always run away as soon as they gained some advantage. Before the Black Ink clansmen from the left side arrived, the humans had retreated. After the battle, Che Kong's unresigned roar reverberated across the royal city. The two armies had clashed 5 times over the past 100 years, with both sides suffering some losses. Other than the feudal lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples, there would be territory lords, 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and even 8th Order division commanders who lost their lives in every battle. Although the humans had the incredible protection of the intertwining branches formation, the brutality of this war was beyond what any of them could have possibly imagined. As the war that the East-West Army was embroiled in intensified, things were similarly heating up on the North-South Army's side. When the East-West Army originally set up their forward base outside the royal city, there were already 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers lying in wait. After years of war, there were still 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers. In fact, instead of a decrease, there had actually been an increase in their numbers. The reason they were able to achieve this was that they had a way to replace the dead Black Ink clansmen. However, the new soldiers were not comparable to the original Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clansmen outside the royal city in the beginning were the territory lords' elite subordinates, so they were all fairly powerful. On the other hand, the new Black Ink clansmen were the weaker ones who didn't get to be selected back then. Many elite Black Ink clansmen would be killed in every battle. As time passed, there were still 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers, but their collective power was no longer comparable to that in the beginning. Could be proven by looking at the number of casualties on the Black Ink clan side after every battle. As the Black Ink clan clashed with the humans, the number of casualties they suffered from increased with every fight. It wasn't that the humans had become stronger. It was because the Black Ink clan's collective strength had become weaker. The humans' collective power had weakened as well. That was because there would be people who lost their lives in every war. However, they still managed to gain an increasingly bigger advantage. How was Che Kong supposed to stay calm and collected in such a situation? The royal lord had told him to defend the royal city. With 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers under his command, he didn't even need to launch an attack. All he had to do was protect the royal city at all costs. If he couldn't even achieve that simple task, how was he supposed to face the royal lord again? Nonetheless, it was an undeniable fact that the collective power of the Black Ink clan was on the decline. In order to change that, he had to get more elite Black Ink clansmen to come to the royal city. Where was he supposed to get those elites from? In the entire The Great Evolution Theater, other than the 1 million Black Ink clansmen outside the royal city, there were only those who were stationed in Great Evolution Pass. Other than hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, there were also over 20 territory lords and about 58th Order Black Ink disciples at Great Evolution Pass. If those soldiers could come to the royal city, the humans would certainly be defeated. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how much of a mistake it had been to leave many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass. If not for the fact that there were too many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, the royal city wouldn't have fallen into such a state. However, it was the royal lord who told so many Black Ink clansmen to stay in Great Evolution Pass, so the territory lords wouldn't dare to complain about it now. Through the Black Ink Nest network, Che Kong told the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass to immediately head to the royal city. Upon receiving the order, Hong Di hurriedly started taking action. Although both of them were territory lords, Che Kong was the army commander of 1 million soldiers that the royal lord had personally appointed. When the royal lord was recuperating, Che Kong would lead the Black Ink clan in his stead. So Hong Di wouldn't dare to disobey his order. After the order was passed down, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass started getting prepared to leave. 500,000 soldiers would depart from Great Evolution Pass this time along with some 20 territory lords. Shichong would be the leader of this expedition. Only 100,000 Black Ink clansmen would be left behind to protect Great Evolution Pass. This time, the Black Ink clan didn't make a detour. Instead, they headed straight towards the North-South Army's base. They knew that, in order to assist their clansmen in the royal city, they had to destroy these humans in front of them. If they were ambushed by the humans on their way to their destination, a battle would be inevitable, and they might even fall into the humans' trap. This was exactly what Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan hoped would happen. In fact, the moment Chapu brought the news from the East-West Army with him, Mi Jingluan started making arrangements for this very scenario. He knew that as the East-West Army kept on using the same tactic, the Black Ink clansmen in the royal city wouldn't be able to persevere forever. Once the royal city fell into a perilous situation, they would seek help from their allies in Great Evolution Pass. By then, regardless of whether they were willing to or not, the Black Ink clan here would have to head to the royal city. The North-South army had been getting prepared for almost a century for this moment. Over the past 100 years, other than clashing with the Black Ink clan from Great Evolution Pass, the North-South army spent their time extracting resources from everywhere instead of resting and cultivating. They had set up clusters of spirit arrays in various locations, and it could be said that regardless which way the Black Ink clan chose to head to the royal city, it wouldn't be smooth sailing for them. The universe fragment where the North-South army was located had become especially sturdy. Although it didn't look special from the outside, Mi Jingluan had ordered a massive amount of spirit arrays to be installed, creating another fortified forward base. It wouldn't have mattered if the Black Ink clan chose to stay in Great Evolution Pass, but if they dared to attack the human fortress, they would be greeted with innumerable traps. Compared to the war between the East-West army and the Black Ink clansmen in the royal city, it had been relatively peaceful between the North-South army and the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass. Apart from the first battle where both parties had suffered immense losses, they had been acting restrained in all following confrontations. However, this time was different. In order to save the royal city, they had to wage a life-and-death battle with the North-South army regardless of whether they were willing to do so. When the battle broke out, the humans were fully prepared. With the territory lords leading the way, 500,000 Black Ink clansmen charged towards the universe fragment where the North-South army was located. On that universe fragment, the soldiers of the North-South army were ready for war. Before the Black Ink clansmen could even get close to the forward base, the humans activated a myriad of spirit arrays and artifacts to attack the Black Ink clansmen, immediately battering them from all sides. The forward base where the North-South army was located could be considered a mini Great Pass. Although it was not as sturdy as a real Great Pass, the entire place was filled with arrays and artifacts that could be used to attack the enemy from great distance. 500,000 Black Ink clansmen were just 5 million kilometers away from the universe fragment when they were struck by the storm of attacks from the arrays and artifacts. Under normal circumstances, such a barrage would be enough to drive these Black Ink clansmen off. But this time was different. All the territory lords were aware of the severity of the situation with the royal city at risk of being destroyed. Therefore, regardless of the price they had to pay, they had to head to the royal city. Zhichong took the initiative by leading the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples to open up the way for the rest of the army. Faced with the intense bombardment, they steadfastly drew closer to the humans' base. The Black Ink clansmen were still 5 million kilometers away from the forward base, but several tens of thousands of them had lost their lives in a short time. They were practically stepping on the corpses of their clansmen to advance, while the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples at the vanguard were all injured. This time, the Black Ink clan exhibited unwavering resolve. Faced with the continuous attacks from the arrays and artifacts, none of the territory lords and feudal lords backed down. Although the clansmen around them continued to pass away, they were determined to continue forward. That was because the territory lords knew that it was a price they had to pay. As long as they could get close to the humans and force them into a melee, they would gain the upper hand as they had numbers on their side. Although the skirmishes between both parties over the years had been intermittent and relatively tame, the Black Ink clansmen were fully aware of the humans' true power. The humans numbered 30,000 when they first arrived outside Great Evolution Pass, but that number included several thousand specialists such as artifact refiners, array masters, and alchemists. Furthermore, after years of war, the humans had naturally suffered a number of losses. Now, the combat force they could mobilize totaled about 20,000. On the other hand, there were 500,000 soldiers on the Black Ink clan side, with the number of top masters being equal to that of the humans. Therefore, even though the humans had their warships to rely on, they didn't have any kind of significant advantage. These 500,000 Black Ink soldiers sacrificed many of their comrades before finally getting close to the forward base. However, the moment they landed on the universe fragment, they were dumbstruck. That was because this forward base, which was full of humans before, was completely empty now. Regardless of where they looked, they couldn't find a single human on this large universe fragment. Besides that, the artifacts that served as the array cores were gone as well. What was left behind were the large number of arrays that couldn't be taken away. The territory lords promptly scanned the surroundings with their divine senses, but as far as they could tell, the humans were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? The territory lords were puzzled. How did all the humans retreat in such a short time without leaving any traces behind? Even the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, who had a deep understanding of what the humans were capable of, couldn't explain it. After all, it had been 30,000 years since they were corrupted by Black Ink strength. Purifying Black Ink battleships and universe arrays only appeared after Xianxia arrived. So how were they supposed to know the secrets behind them? Damn it! One of the territory lords roared and stomped his foot on the ground. As his violent force burst forth, the entire universe fragment shook a little. Don't! Xichong quickly tried to stop him, but it was too late. A dangerous aura suddenly engulfed the entire universe fragment. Following that, the arrays that remained lit up and connected with each other. After just a moment, the universe fragment was covered in a massive grand array. Just as the Black Ink clansmen shot into the sky to escape, the universe fragment detonated. An intense destructive force swept out, battering all the territory lords. After the shockwave subsided, Xichong gazed around with a dark expression, only to see that the universe fragment was completely gone. Following this turn of events, more than 10,000 Black Ink clansmen, who had landed on the universe fragment to investigate, lost their lives. Those were mostly high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Although the Black Ink clan hadn't suffered immense losses, they were frustrated. Regardless, Xichong was glad that the universe fragment wasn't that big. Out of an abundance of caution, he didn't let a lot of Black Ink clansmen land on the universe fragment. Otherwise, there would have been many more casualties. Xichong turned to glower at the territory lord who stomped his foot back there. That territory lord was furious out of shame as he roared, "I must kill them! All of them!" Barely 2 days had passed since these 500,000 Black Ink clansmen departed from Great Evolution Pass, but 10% of them had already perished. Despite knowing that there were certainly more traps ahead of them, the remaining 450,000 Black Ink clan soldiers had no choice but to keep moving forward. Xichong wasn't a fool. If he was, he wouldn't have promptly decided to run away from Wind and Cloud Pass back then. A foolish territory lord would never live long. As he clashed with the North-South Army over the years, Xichong came to realize that the enemy had a leader who was particularly good at devising tactics and laying out plans on the human side. Faced with such an opponent, he had to be extremely careful. Therefore, after the Black Ink clansmen set off again, they no longer moved in a straight line. Instead, they kept making detours. Even Xichong himself didn't have a particular direction in mind. That way, he could ensure that the army wouldn't fall into the traps that the humans had set up. They were especially wary of areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments. When they came across such places, they would steer clear. That was because they had suffered from a similar setback already. 3 days later, the humans were still nowhere in sight, and the scouts that the Black Ink clan had sent out couldn't find anything. It was as though the human soldiers had vanished into thin air. However, Xichong knew that the humans wouldn't give up so easily. They had to be hiding somewhere, waiting to launch a sneak attack on them. Again, they circled around an area that was full of universe fragments. However, without a warning, light burst forth from the void itself. In an instant, numerous glowing objects appeared and connected with one another to form a grand array, cutting the Black Ink clan army in half. The sudden change caused the Black Ink clansmen who were moving forward in an orderly manner to descend into chaos. Right then, the humans appeared out of nowhere. No one knew where they had been hiding. It was as though they had simply manifested from nowhere. The warships charged forward and rained a series of attacks on the split-up Black Ink clan soldiers. 1 hour after the battle began, the humans retreated. By the time the Black Ink clan army was done reorganizing itself, the humans were gone. If the humans had left any later, the Black Ink clan could have rallied together and dealt a heavy blow to them. Although Xichong was vexed, he wouldn't dare to tell the others to pursue the humans. No one could be certain whether there were any traps set up on the route the enemy had retreated. Xichong would appear useless if they fell into the humans' traps again. Ordering the Black Ink clan soldiers to pull themselves together, Xichong continued their forward march. Similar ambushes repeatedly over the next 10 days. Regardless of how hard Xichong tried to suppress his fury, he was on the brink of flaring up. There was one thing he just couldn't understand. He had been ordering random changes in the army's marching direction all this time, leading to them to take 10 days to cross a distance which could normally be traversed in just 5. However, they had still repeatedly fallen into traps that the humans had arranged. There was no way this was a mere coincidence, nor was it possible that the humans had accurately speculated about the route they would take. After all, even Xichong had no idea about the next direction he would lead the army towards, so how were the humans supposed to figure it out? There was only one possibility that could explain such a situation. The humans had simply set up a tremendous amount of traps in various places between Great Evolution Pass and the Royal City. Although the Black Ink clan army kept changing directions and successfully avoided some traps, they would inevitably fall into others. Upon that realization, Xichong couldn't help but groan. If that was true, the number of traps that the humans had arranged must be astronomical, as was the amount of resources they had consumed to make such a thing possible. However, considering the fact that the humans had occupied a forward base outside Great Evolution Pass for 100 years, keeping the Black Ink clan contained there all this time, it wasn't necessarily impossible for them to pull this off. There was also another thing that bothered Xichong though. When he told the soldiers to circumvent areas that were full of universe fragments or universe fragments on several occasions, they would always come across the traps that the humans had arranged. In that case, the humans must have anticipated his thought process and done the opposite. Instead of setting up traps inside the areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments, they had done so in their periphery. In other words, the areas that were full of asteroids or universe fragments were actually safe zones. Upon that revelation, Xichong thought of a solution. Xichong had started out with 500,000 soldiers, and still had many of them with him. It had been 1 month since they departed from Great Evolution Pass, but they had only crossed about 30% of the distance to the Royal City. This couldn't be helped. Even though they had avoided many of the traps the humans had set up, they had also wasted a lot of time. If they had headed towards the Royal City in a straight line, they would have arrived at their destination in a little over a month. Over the past month, the Black Ink clan soldiers had clashed with the humans on multiple occasions. Presently, only 400,000 of them were left. All the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples were alive and kicking, but many of the feudal lords had lost their lives. In the void, the Black Ink clan army continued heading towards the Royal City. Meanwhile, the warships of the North-South Army were hiding in an area that was full of universe fragments. With the help of the warships, the humans' mobility and speed were superior to those of the Black Ink clan. Therefore, the North-South Army could always stay one step ahead of the Black Ink clan army and set up obstructions. The universe arrays on the 2 purifying Black Ink battleships could ensure that if their speculation about the direction that the Black Ink clan was heading was wrong, they could quickly redeploy their forces. Presently, aboard one of the purifying Black Ink battleships, Mi Jingluan, Ouyang Lai, and the other 8th Order division commanders had gathered together. With a solemn expression, Mi Jingluan said, "If we're lucky, the Black Ink clan's reinforcements will pass by this place. This is where we will engage them in a decisive battle." "Have we used up all our prior arrangements?" Ouyang Lai asked. He wasn't interested in managing the affairs of the army, so he let Mi Jingluan make all the decisions. What he excelled at was fighting powerful Black Ink clansmen and killing them. Even though he knew a thing or two about the setups that the North-South Army soldiers had built, he didn't know as much as Mi Jingluan did. Mi Jingluan shook his head. "We set up countless traps, so how is it possible that they were all used up? Only 20% to 30% of them have been used, but we expected this outcome when we started making those arrangements. However, there's nothing else beyond this point. This couldn't be helped." Although the North-South Army had spent 100 years and consumed a massive amount of resources to set up innumerable traps in the void, they couldn't possibly build traps all the way from Great Evolution Pass to the Royal City in such a short amount of time. This was already the best they could do. If the Black Ink clan army successfully crossed this point, there would no longer be any dangers ahead of them. Regardless of whether the North-South Army was willing to do it or not, they had to fight a life-or-death battle with the Black Ink Clan army here where all the traps ended. Whatever the price they had to pay, they had to stop the Black Ink Clan reinforcements from reaching the royal city in order to ensure that the East-West Army's plans wouldn't be thwarted. If they let the Black Ink Clan break through their blockade and go to the royal city, the East-West Army's plans would be foiled. In the worst-case scenario, the East-West Army would be pincered by the enemy, and when that happened, they would be doomed. There were two human race armies in the Great Evolution Theater. The East-West Army had their mission, which was to invade the royal city. The North-South Army had their own task as well, which was to intercept the Black Ink Klansmen garrisoned at Great Evolution Pass. It was a task they had to accomplish no matter the cost. The North-South Army wasn't trying to stall for time in the past month. Rather, they were trying to weaken the Black Ink Clan's power. After all, 500,000 Black Ink Klansmen was a force to be reckoned with. The North-South Army wasn't powerful enough to destroy such an army. Over the past month, they had made use of the traps they had set up and clashed with the Black Ink Clan on several occasions. But they still hadn't achieved their goal. Although there was a decrease of somewhere between 20% and 30% in the number of Black Ink Klansmen, there were still about 400,000 of them. For the North-South Army, it was hard to stop such a force, which was determined to rescue the royal city. This battle is different from those in the past. Many people will lose their lives. Mi Jingluan lifted his gaze and looked at Ouyang Lai. A nonchalant Ouyang Lai replied, "Are we humans even afraid of death? We already expected this outcome when we formed the Great Evolution Army. I'm sure the soldiers are aware of it as well." Mi Jingluan nodded. In the end, strength is what it takes to win a war. Strategies are just the icing on the cake. An impatient Ouyang Lai said, "Let's not belittle ourselves and overestimate the enemy's power. Just tell us what we should do and keep it simple. I do not understand complicated strategies anyway." Mi Jingluan put on a helpless smile. After giving it a thought, he said grimly, "There's only one way to win this battle." "What is it?" All of them gazed at him. With a solemn expression, Mi Jingluan went on to say, "We must prioritize killing the most powerful Black Ink Masters. It would be best if we could kill several Territory Lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples at the outset of the battle so that we can intimidate the Black Ink Clan and make the Territory Lords flustered. That way, we might be able to stop them." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. It wasn't easy to kill the Territory Lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. As 8th Order Division commanders, they were certainly more powerful than the Territory Lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples. However, in a real fight, while it was easy for them to get the upper hand, it was hard for them to take their opponents' lives. In order to accomplish this, they would also have to pay a huge price. Mi Jingluan didn't say it clearly, but everyone present knew what he meant. This battle would be significantly more dangerous than the ones they'd had fought in the past. The North-South Army had stopped the Black Ink Clan from heading to the royal city before. However, at that time, the royal city wasn't in a perilous situation, so the Territory Lords were not determined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Generally, after they suffered a setback, they returned to Great Evolution Pass. This time was different. The royal city was at risk of being destroyed, so the Territory Lords wouldn't give up as long as there was still a chance. In order to crush their hopes, the humans had to deal a devastating blow to them. Dealing a crippling blow to the enemy would require significant sacrifices. Ouyang Lai guffawed. "Since you already have a plan, why did you look miserable earlier? That's easy. I'll take the lead and kill a Territory Lord first." Gazing at him, Mi Jingluan shook his head. "Brother Ouyang, you're the army commander of Great Evolution's Southern Army, so you can't put yourself at risk." Ouyang Lai refuted him with a smile. "That's nonsense. Although I'm an army commander, I know nothing about strategies and military affairs. All I have is brute strength, so whether I'm around or not makes no difference in the long run. With you in charge of the North-South Army, that will be enough." "Brother Ouyang." Before he could finish speaking, Ouyang Lai interrupted him by lifting his hand. "Brother Mi, stop trying to dissuade me or you'll look petty. I've just said that we're not afraid of death. When the time comes, I'll lead the charge as an army commander. Those at the top must set an example for the rest to follow. The moment he finished speaking, an old man stepped forward as he ran his fingers through his beard. I'm an old man who no longer has a future, and I've always wanted to end my life in the most splendid way. This is a good opportunity. Count me in for killing a territory lord. A moved Mi Jingluan glanced at the old man. Senior Brother Chang? Senior Brother Chang had helped him a lot in the past. When Mi Jingluan arrived at the Black Ink battlefield as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master back then, Senior Brother Chang was the squad leader of his squad. It was Senior Brother Chang who had repeatedly saved him from life and death moments. Without him, Mi Jingluan wouldn't even be alive today. Many years had passed, and Senior Brother Chang was no longer as energetic as when he was young. However, he never forgot about why he came to the Black Ink battlefield in the first place, which was to destroy the Black Ink clan. Senior Brother Chang cupped his fist and said, "This Chang would like to accept the challenge of killing a territory lord at the outset of the battle. I'll not disappoint you, Army Commander." Mi Jingluan clenched his teeth and exerted so much force with his hand that he almost broke the feather fan that had been with him for so many years. But in the end, he said with difficulty, "Good." Senior Brother Chang put on a smile. "Many thanks, Army Commander." After he sat back down, another person rose from the chair. "I've been practicing a certain sword technique for 5,000 years. The moment I unsheath my sword, even a territory lord can't fend it off. I'd like to accept the challenge of killing a territory lord." "Good." Another division commander then stood. She was a middle-aged woman who said smilingly, "This mistress isn't as powerful as the 2 senior brothers, but I have a secret technique that I've never used before. This time I can seize the chance and try it out on a territory lord. Please count me in, Army Commander." "Good." No one is comparable to Bright King Cave Heaven when it comes to killing enemies at all costs. I'll make the first move." "Good." For every good that Mi Jingluan spoke, a bit of energy seemed to have left him. It had been 100 years since he took charge of the North-South Army, but he had never felt more heartbroken than this day. However, he knew that in order to stop the 400,000 Black Ink clansmen who were determined to reach the royal city, there was a price to pay. Hasty footsteps were heard approaching at that moment, and a person soon entered the room and cupped his fist. "Sirs, a scout has returned and reported that the Black Ink clan army will arrive in 2 hours. A glint flashed through Mi Jingluan's eyes. They're really coming this way. A while back, they had speculated on which route the Black Ink clan army would follow to reach the royal city. Although Zhicheng believed that he was constantly changing directions in a random manner, and the humans would not be able to anticipate his movements, there were still some regular patterns in reality. These regular patterns had something to do with his unconscious habits, and even he was unaware of it. Nevertheless, to the humans, they could make a deduction based on this information. Mi Jingluan and the others had drawn out several possible routes, but they eventually concluded that the Black Ink clansmen would most likely pass by this place. To be safe, the other purifying Black Ink battleship was waiting at the next most likely route. That way, even if the Black Ink clan went another way, the North-South army could promptly rush over. If the Black Ink clan didn't head in either direction, the humans would have no choice but to fight with them head-on. Now, it seemed that the humans were in luck. "Tell those from the other side to return," Mi Jingluan ordered. "Yes." The person respectfully left to carry out his orders. Mi Jingluan glanced at the other 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. "The battle is about to take place, and you know all the arrangements there are. There's only one thing I'd like to remind you of." After sweeping a glance over them, he cupped his fist and said solemnly, "Please take good care of yourself." Ouyang grinned. "Don't worry about it. Killing some Black Ink clansmen is no big deal." Mi Jingluan parted his lips, but he didn't know what else he should say. Ouyang patted his shoulder and left the room. Since the battle was only 2 hours away, he had something to say to his good-for-nothing disciple. The other 8th Order Division commanders left one by one, until eventually, Mi Jingluan was left alone on the purifying Black Ink battleship. The following 2 hours were quiet as the scouts at the front line kept sending information back. What surprised Mi Jingluan was that the Black Ink clan didn't circumvent the region where the humans were located. despite it being an area filled with universe fragments. Instead, they were coming straight in this direction. It seemed that the commander of the Black Ink clan army had realized something, which was why such a bold decision was made. That was actually a wise decision, as in truth, the North-South army had set up traps all around the periphery of many regions filled with asteroids and universe fragments. Regardless of which way the Black Ink clan army passed by, they would inevitably fall into some traps. Only by directly passing through the asteroids and universe fragments would they avoid them. However, the North-South army happened to be hiding in this area of universe fragments. With the help of these universe fragments, the human soldiers could perfectly conceal themselves, then emerge from their hiding spots and attack the Black Ink clan soldiers when the time was right. Other than that, they could also make use of the complicated terrain to deal with the enemies. It could be said that as the humans had to face the Black Ink clan, who had significantly more people on their side, this area of universe fragments was the best possible battlefield. Now, the Black Ink clan soldiers were coming to this place. Although they could avoid the traps that the humans had set up in advance, they had inadvertently selected a terrible battlefield. The concealment arrays on the warships were activated, and with the help of the universe fragments, the humans hid themselves in preparation. On the ship's deck, Mi Jing Luan watched as the Black Ink clan scouts entered the region of universe fragments. Although they were supposedly just scouts, there were close to 100,000 of them. The rest of the Black Ink clan army followed closely behind them. Apparently, the leader of these Black Ink clansmen knew that if the humans were really hiding in this place, the scouts would be doomed if there were too few of them. In that case, a large number of them should directly barge into the place to intimidate the enemy. The formation of several 100,000 soldiers was very long, so it took them an hour before all of them entered the universe fragment field. Although the scouts had been looking around, they found nothing. Mi Jing Luan closed his eyes and waited patiently. Finally, there came a moment when he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his feather fan. He didn't seem to have exerted any force with his hand. However, the moment the feather fan pointed forward, the silent region filled with universe fragments suddenly erupted with noise. The arrays on the warship started running, and all kinds of lights started shining as various secret techniques and artifact attacks shot towards the Black Ink clan soldiers. Xianxia, who was leading the army forward, was stunned. Based on his speculation, an area that was full of asteroids and universe fragments should be safe, so he hadn't anticipated stepping right into a place where the humans were hiding. The shock only lasted for a brief moment, though as Xianxia soon grit his teeth and focused. Since they departed from Great Evolution Pass 1 month ago, they had gone through a lot of hardships because of the humans. They would always fall into a trap, after which the humans would appear out of nowhere and attack them. By the time they managed to reorganize themselves, the humans would have retreated. The Black Ink clan had suffered a lot of setbacks, but they had nowhere to vent their anger. There were no traps this time, but the humans had taken the initiative to come at them. Rather than falling into the humans' ambush, the Black Ink clan army had actually barged into their hiding place. After all, it wasn't like 20,000 humans could encircle and besiege them. Xianxia was determined to make the humans pay the price for what they had done on this day. He thus roared, "Kill!" The moment he gave the order, he felt a ferocious aura locking onto him. He was astounded by the aura that was filled with murderous intent. Both armies had been fighting against each other for the past 100 years, and the territory lords and 8th Order division commanders had gotten into several fights, so they knew a thing or two about each other. Xianxia instantly felt a sense of familiarity when the aura locked onto him. If he wasn't mistaken, it belonged to an extremely powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It seemed that the other party had realized Xianxia was the leader of this army, so he directly targeted him. Xianxia had exchanged moves with this man before, and had no choice but to admit that he was no match for him if they were in a one-on-one fight. So the moment he detected this aura, Xianxia promptly retreated. At the same time, the Black Ink clan soldiers charged forward to protect him. Xianxia wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't directly clash with the other party at this point. The biggest advantage the Black Ink clan had was the large number of people they had on their side, so he certainly would make use of it to deal with this opponent. With the help of the soldiers around him, Xianxia would be safe for a while. Even if they couldn't stop this enemy, they would be able to weaken him. By then, Zhichong would have a way to deal with this powerful opponent. When he looked up, he indeed saw that there was a man with red hair charging towards him. The person's world force had been pushed to the limit, and his entire figure was aflame. Even the space around him warped as he flew forward. Besides this man, there were also other Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that dashed out from the human side in a menacing manner, all of them exuding a thick murderous intent with determination written all over their faces. Zhichong felt his heart clenching as he wondered what was going on with the humans today. One of them was covered in a layer of golden blood mist, which was a sign that he was drawing on his vitality to boost his strength beyond its normal limits. One figure was engulfed in brilliant sword light as he shot forward. Another figure appeared to be sauntering casually across the void, but he had already appeared among the Black Ink clansmen after taking only one step. There was another figure that dashed out with a thin smile on her face as she formed a complex set of hand seals, flower petals swirling around her. Oh! There wasn't any delay at all. The moment the humans launched an attack, the figures that exuded Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm auras instantly appeared among the Black Ink clan soldiers. Wherever these figures went, the Black Ink clan soldiers collapsed. Although there was a massive number of people on their side, they were unable to stop these figures' rampage. The thousands of Black Ink clansmen in front of Zhichong formed a fairly powerful screen as they included about 20 feudal lords. Such a group should supposedly be able to ward off an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master for at least a short time. However, the moment the man with red hair whose figure was burning arrived, these thousands of Black Ink clansmen were simply unable to stop. The red-haired man didn't even make a move as just the flames around his figure were enough to destroy any Black Ink clansman that got too close. It wasn't certain what the secret behind these flames were, but the moment any Black Ink clansman came into contact with them, they started burning and howling in pain. The next instant, the red-haired man reached Zhichong and realization struck him. "Are you insane?" Zhichong exclaimed. This couldn't be helped, as he finally figured out what was wrong. The red-haired man was burning his own blood essence. This was a technique that was unique to human cultivators, and Zhichong had heard about it from the Black Ink disciples before. The blood essence of a human cultivator was precious as it was the foundation of their vitality that had been accumulated over a very long time. No human would burn their blood essence if they had a choice. They would only do so during a life-or-death moment. Even though the cultivator could significantly increase his or her strength for a short time by burning their blood essence, the drawbacks of doing so were immense. It was certain that this man would be seriously weakened, and in the worst-case scenario, his foundation would be damaged, causing his cultivation to drop. The battle had just begun, but the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before his eyes had already started burning his blood essence. What else could it be if he wasn't out of his mind? It was just the beginning of the fight, and this human wasn't in any kind of perilous situation, nor was there a benefit he had to obtain at all costs. Zhichong couldn't figure out the reason that compelled this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to act this way. Despite that, he knew that he had run out of luck. Zhichong was already no match for the other party in a one-on-one fight to begin with, and now the latter had increased his strength by burning his blood essence. So how was he supposed to ward him off? If this wasn't the case, the thousands of Black Ink clansmen Zhichong was using as a shield wouldn't have proven completely useless. The instant Zhichong finished speaking, Ouyang lifted his hand and summoned a delicate-looking sword into his grip. It was hard to imagine that a masculine man like him would be using such a delicate-looking sword, but that was indeed the case. This sword was his natal artifact, so he wouldn't show it to others unless it was necessary to do so. That was because he too felt that this artifact didn't match his image. It was somewhat of a mismatch for a burly man with flaming red hair like him to hold such a delicate-looking sword. In fact, he hadn't used this sword for a very long time. The reason he even summoned this sword now was that he had to kill his enemy no matter the cost. Ouyang was a completely different person when he had a sword in his hand. As he was holding his sword, the aura around him became extremely sharp. His entire figure seemed to have transformed into a sword that was about to be unsheathed. The intimidating sword intent caused Zhichong to feel a chill running down his spine. The flame around Ouyang soon engulfed his sword. The next instant, sword chi burst forth and engulfed Zhichong. The red-haired man didn't hold back anything as he unleashed a series of fatal attacks in quick succession. Xichong felt his soul leaving his body. He could feel that this Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master was set on killing him. This red-haired man had already started burning his blood essence the moment he appeared, and he didn't seem to have the intention of defending himself. It was apparent that he was determined to kill his opponent regardless of the costs. What was the point of him doing this? Xichong had no idea how horrifying an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was determined to kill could be in the past. But he knew now. Although Xichong fully pushed his own power, he was still no match for the other party. In just several breaths of time, he fell into a complete disadvantage. Faced with the opponent's attacks, he could only defend himself in a fluster. Battered, he continuously lured the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to the surrounding weaker Black Ink clansmen in the hopes that these soldiers would help him turn things around. Ouyang Lai followed closely behind him. The flickering sword lights caused Xichong's black blood to scatter across the void. However, Ouyang Lai was also impacted by the attacks that were coming at him from all directions. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Just then, a menacing sword intent pervaded a particular area of the battlefield. The sword intent was unimaginably powerful. As the sword intent spread out, a dazzling sword light emerged. The next instant, a person's voice reverberated across the place. Butterfly transformation. Instantly, the aura of a territory lord rose up wildly before fading away forever. Aboard the purifying black ink battleship, Mi Jingluan stood on the deck as he watched the sword light that had exploded. It was the strongest sword technique he had ever seen in his life. The sword technique had surpassed the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm and almost reached the threshold of the Ninth Order. It was a sword technique that an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had practiced for 5,000 years, and the moment it was cast, only a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could ward it off. It was the most splendid light in the world. Mi Jingluan bent his back to salute the person. The moment the terrifying sword light exploded, the aura of a territory lord disappeared. The next moment, a large number of Black Ink clansmen lost their lives. Following that, the death of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was felt. Xichong, who was bombarded with Ouyang Lai's attacks, felt his face turning pale in an instant. The territory lord who had just lost his life was as powerful as he was. In fact, due to his rather unique constitution, he was even slightly stronger. However, just 10 breaths after the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had launched their attacks, that territory lord had already lost his life. He was probably the first territory lord who had lost his life so quickly after the beginning of a battle between the two races. Xichong wouldn't even dare to imagine what would have happened to him if he were the one who had to deal with that sword attack. All of a sudden, he realized that the red-haired man before his eyes wasn't so savage after all. The sword light seemed to be even more oppressive. Following that, it was as if a chain reaction was set off on the battlefield. All sorts of profound and powerful secret techniques burst forth. Forget the Black Ink clan. Even the humans had never seen such a wide display of powerful and abstruse secret techniques before. These were the secret techniques that one would only use in life-or-death moments, so they wouldn't easily show them to others. One could take in everything from the purifying Black Ink battleship, so Mi Jingluan could clearly see all the secret techniques that exploded on the battlefield. Somewhere on the battlefield, a gigantic blood-colored flower suddenly blossomed and covered the void. A familiar aura exuded from the blood-colored flower. It was transformed from the blood essence of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The moment the blood-colored flower petals closed up, not only did it entrap thousands of Black Ink clansmen, but also a territory lord. When the blood-colored flower reopened half a cup of tea's time later, there was no one that was alive inside, only warm corpses lying on the flower's stamen. In another place on the battlefield, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven summoned his divine manifestation and transformed into a giant. His vitality surged as he rampaged around the battlefield, slaughtering the enemy. On the other hand, Senior Brother Chang actually spread out his small universe and trapped 10,000 Black Ink clansmen inside of it. As his world force undulated, he battled a territory lord and an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple all on his own. In a different place, Ouyang was besieged by the Black Ink clan soldiers, but he was still able to gain the upper hand over the territory lord with his flaming sword in hand. With the help of their warships, the 20,000 soldiers of North-South Army threw all caution to the wind as they attacked the Black Ink clan soldiers. The auras of powerful masters swiftly withered in different parts of the battlefield, shining like the most splendid lights in the last moments of their lives. The lights were so dazzling that one present today would never forget this sight for the rest of their life. Overwhelmed by a heart-wrenching feeling, Mi Jingluan gently closed his eyes. When his eyes reopened, the world force around him surged. As he stomped his foot on the deck, he drove the gigantic purifying black ink battleship towards the battlefield. There wasn't a need for him to stay outside of the battlefield and give orders. The North-South Army, from the weakest of soldiers to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were not afraid of death, so how was it possible that they would lose this battle? He also had to leave his own mark in this war. As an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wasn't just an army commander who was good at strategizing, but also a fighter who could kill the enemy. From the outset of the battle, the Black Ink clan army had descended into chaos. None of them could have expected that the humans would be so resolute this time. A territory lord was killed by an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master barely 10 breaths after hostilities broke out. That was a territory lord, not an insignificant low-rank Black Ink clansman. How was it possible that he was killed so soon? Although the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master also lost his life moments later, he still managed to kill thousands of Black Ink clansmen before his death. Powerful territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples subsequently lost their lives. The brutality and intensity of the battle this time was far beyond the Black Ink clan's imagination. It was the same case for the humans. There had never been a battle where they had suffered such immense losses so quickly. Even when the North-South Army arrived at the Great Evolution Theater for the first time more than 100 years ago and stopped the Black Ink clan reinforcements from leaving Great Evolution Pass, there were not so many casualties. During that battle, only a small number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives, and even then it happened gradually over several days. This time was different. It had only been 2 hours since the start of the battle, but 7 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen. If the war dragged on, there would surely be even more casualties. Those 7 fallen Eighth Order Masters brought 7 Territory Lords, 3 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers down with them. Those who lost their lives on the battlefield were the seniors and elders of the soldiers still fighting. They had taken good care of them and taught them invaluable lessons in the past. Now that they were gone, the young had to take up the responsibility. The human soldiers were so furious that their eyes had reddened. The death of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters changed the situation on the battlefield. All humans, regardless of their cultivation and status, went all out to destroy the enemy, not caring about their own safety at all. 20,000 humans had to face some 400,000 Black Ink clansmen. Despite the huge difference in numbers on both sides, the humans were still able to get the upper hand over the Black Ink clan army. That was because the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had sacrificed themselves to intimidate the enemy, and all the human soldiers were united as one. More and more Territory Lords and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives on the battlefield, while many warships were shattered and engulfed in flames. Universe fragments exploded into dust as the battlefield descended into mayhem. These several 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers had entered this field of universe fragments in an orderly manner, but as the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters emerged and dealt a heavy blow to them, their formation immediately collapsed. Suddenly, there came a moment when a huge commotion broke out. That was because Zhichong was killed. He was the de facto leader of the Black Ink clan army, so when he was around, the Territory Lords would obey his orders. Now that he was gone, none of the Territory Lords had the necessary authority to command the rest of the Black Ink clan army. Every Territory Lord had their own thoughts. In such a situation, those Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were like starving wolves. Their powerful auras had locked onto the Territory Lords, and they were determined to kill them at all costs. This was no laughing matter. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had proven their determination already. Faced with these flares, the territory lords felt chills running down their spines. They could only tell their subordinates to surround them and protect them from the crazed Eighth Order masters. With more Black Ink clansmen becoming defensive, there were fewer people fighting back. On the battlefield, the human warships charged around as secret techniques and artifacts were continuously shot off, each attack killing more enemies. The number of Black Ink clan soldiers was rapidly decreasing, and it was the same case for the human warships. In this battle, both parties had paid an almost unbearable price. The battle lasted for 3 days. Finally, there came a moment when the noise on the battlefield died down. Both parties backed down and confronted each other with a distance of several 100,000 kilometers between them. Most of the universe fragments were gone, shattered by the fallout of the clash between the two armies. With the shattered universe fragments as the background and the purifying Black Ink battleship boldly situated at the front of the fleet, the surviving humans formed up with their warships. Smoke billowed from those warships, and the arrays were heard crackling and exploding. Some of the warships looked so dilapidated that it was as though they would break apart with just a touch. Despite that, these warships that had gathered together were intimidating to the enemies. Several 100,000 kilometers away, the territory lords and their subordinates had also come together. There were still significantly more people on their side, but faced with the humans' intimidation, the Black Ink clan soldiers were engulfed in wariness and fear. After this battle, the Black Ink clansmen became truly afraid. They finally had a taste of how mad and fearless the humans could be. Even the Eighth Order masters, whose lives were incredibly precious, were willing to drag the territory lords down at the cost of their own lives. So what wouldn't the humans dare to do? These humans were simply insane. The reason that the remaining territory lords survived wasn't that they were stronger than the territory lords who were killed. It was just that they were luckier as they hadn't been targeted by those crazed Eighth Order humans. None of the territory lords, who were targeted by the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for death, had survived. After the unimaginably intense battle, the survivors from both sides confronted each other from a distance. In such a tense atmosphere, they greedily enjoyed the rare peacefulness. The territory lords secretly communicated with each other using their divine senses. The humans had no idea what they were talking about, but it was apparent that they were discussing whether they should fight or retreat. To the Black Ink clansmen, there was no doubt that rescuing the royal city was important. If the royal city was destroyed, none of these Black Ink clansmen would survive for long. This was the reason 500,000 of them departed from Great Evolution Pass upon learning about what had happened in the royal city. It could be said that only the minimum number of people were left behind to protect the Great Evolution Pass. Most of them had set off to rescue the royal city, which went to show how determined they were. However, they were intercepted halfway and had suffered tremendous losses. If they still insisted on heading towards the royal city, another battle would be inevitable. The humans had made it clear that they would go to any lengths to stop them from moving forward. Considering the level of madness that the humans had exhibited, if another battle broke out, these remaining Black Ink clansmen wouldn't be able to break through their blockade. Even though most of the humans would lose their lives, none of the Black Ink clansmen would survive. So, should they keep moving forward? That was the question that had been troubling the territory lords. There was no doubt that the royal city was important, but if they lost their lives here, everything else would no longer matter. Therefore, after a brief exchange of words, the territory lords came to a consensus. They had decided to return to Great Evolution Pass. It was the second time they decided to retreat to Great Evolution Pass. The previous time was some 100 years ago. At that time, the royal city wasn't in a perilous situation, and the humans were not so resolute yet. It was the same case for the Black Ink clan. This time was different. All the territory lords knew that if they retreated this time, they would forever lose the courage to leave Great Evolution Pass again. They would live or die with Great Evolution Pass. This was a difficult decision to make. However, things had come to such a point where they no longer had a choice. Although the Black Ink clansmen had decided to retreat, they did not scatter about. Instead, with the coordination from the territory lords, they withdrew in an orderly manner. They were worried that the humans would pursue them while they were retreating, as they had experienced such a thing before. Therefore, they had to keep their formation intact so that they would be able to deal with the possible attacks from the humans. On the purifying black ink battleship, Mi Jingluan was slightly pale. The blood on his clothes had dried up and many parts of the purifying black ink battleship were damaged. During the intense battle earlier, no one could ensure that they would be safe or that their warships would remain intact. The only difference was how severe their injuries would be and how damaged their warships would become. The feather fan in Mi Jingluan's hand had turned dim. He had been waiting for the Black Ink clansmen to make a decision. When he saw that the territory lords finally led the remnants of the Black Ink clan army in the opposite direction, he let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, if the Black Ink clan soldiers insisted on moving forward, the humans would have no choice but to engage them again. It wouldn't be hard for them to stop the surviving Black Ink clan soldiers. But the question was, how many from the North-South army would still be alive after the dust settled? These courageous soldiers knew that they might lose their lives at any moment on the battlefield, and it was the same for the Eighth Order masters. All of them had proven this in the battle earlier. As an army commander, Mi Jingluan hoped that he would lead more people to see the day when Great Evolution Pass was retaken while they were still alive instead of letting their names become mere memories on the Monument of Heroes. That would be meaningless. He pointed his feather fan forward and said gently, "Let's see them off." Despite his small voice, his order carried across all the warships. All the soldiers could clearly hear him. As the purifying Black Ink battleship slowly moved forward, the dilapidated warships followed closely behind it. The territory lords were astounded. When they realized that the human warships were moving as well, they thought that the humans were not willing to let them go. This made the territory lords furious. They had already disobeyed the order to rescue the royal city and decided to return to Great Evolution Pass. However, the humans were still not willing to let them go. Were they so determined to kill them here? At that instant, the Black Ink clan soldiers broke into a commotion, while the territory lords hurriedly suppressed them and ordered them to stay vigilant. Soon, though, they realized that the humans didn't intend to fight. Instead, the humans were just following them with a distance of several 100,000 kilometers between both parties. The distance made the territory lords feel uneasy. After all, it wasn't really a safe distance. The humans could make use of the warships to launch an attack on them at any moment. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't like they could tell the humans to back further away. That would just make them appear weak. With that said, by doing this, the humans had sent a message to them. They would watch them return to Great Evolution Pass, so they shouldn't even think about making a detour and heading to the royal city. Upon that realization, the territory lords were torn between tears and laughter. They wondered who the army commander of the human soldiers was. That person was just too cautious. Since the humans wanted to watch them return to Great Evolution Pass, there was nothing that the Black Ink clan could do other than tacitly agree to it. So what if they don't agree? It wasn't like they were willing to fight with the humans again either. In such an awkward atmosphere, these two surviving armies slowly moved towards Great Evolution Pass. Under Xianxia's leadership, it took the Black Ink clansmen 1 month to arrive at this place, but it wasn't so troublesome when they returned. They just had to go back in a straight line, so it only took them 10 days to arrive at their destination. With that said, it wasn't smooth sailing on their way back. Over the past 100 years, the North-South Army had set up a massive amount of traps around Great Evolution Pass in all directions. Under Xianxia's leadership, the Black Ink clan soldiers kept changing directions, so they had only triggered some 25% of the traps. In other words, there were still at least 70% of the traps still left behind. By going back to Great Evolution Pass in a straight line, the Black Ink clan soldiers were bound to trigger some of those traps. Every time they triggered these traps, some of them would lose their lives. Although the territory lords had been vigilant, it was impossible for them to avoid these things. Nevertheless, they were relieved that when they were caught by these traps, the humans didn't show any intention of attacking them. They only watched from behind in silence. It could be said that the journey back to Great Evolution Pass was paved with blood and tears for the Black Ink clansmen. When the Black Ink clan retreated, some of the humans remained behind at the site of the battle. Mi Jingluan had told some of them to stay so that they could clean up the mess and look for any survivors. Gong Lian was one of the people who stayed. That was because Mi Jingluan didn't sense Ouyang Lai dying in the battle. After he killed Zhichong, Ouyang Lai's aura indeed disappeared all of a sudden, but that wasn't the same as him being killed. Therefore, Mi Jingluan had a reason to believe that Ouyang Lai was still alive. Perhaps he was just badly injured, so he didn't even have the strength to return to the purifying black ink battleship. He had most likely played dead and was now hiding somewhere. Gong Lian was the best person to handle this matter because he was Ouyang Lai's legacy disciple. No one in the world was more familiar with Ouyang Lai than he was. The area of shattered universe fragments was now filled with the debris of warships, broken limbs, and hashed meat. The entire void was also full of black ink clouds. Gong Lian agilely moved around the shattered rocks and debris. When he found human soldiers who were still alive, he would pull them out and send them to a safe place. Eventually, there came a moment when he saw a headless corpse. It was the corpse of a territory lord. An aura that was familiar to Gong Lian had been left behind on the wounds. It was the trace of Ouyang Lai's sword qi. Since this territory lord was killed by Ouyang Lai, he should have been the commander of the Black Ink clan army. After staring at the corpse for a while, Gong Lian became at ease and let out a breath. He then said, "Please come out, honored master. You're no longer a child, so please stop hiding." However, no reaction was felt coming from the corpse. Gong Lian frowned. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly moved forward and activated his power before slashing across the corpse with his palm. Although the territory lord's corpse was still sturdy, it couldn't possibly bear Gong Lian's attack. A big cut was formed on the corpse's stomach, after which a battered figure fell out of it. Gong Lian promptly supported this figure, only to see that Ouyang Lai's face was as pale as a white sheet. His eyes were dyed black, and no part of his skin was intact. His aura was extremely weak, like a candle amidst the storm that might go out at any moment. Although Ouyang Lai had managed to kill Zhichong by burning his blood essence during the battle, his opponent wasn't a weakling. He was injured by Zhichong's final desperation move. Furthermore, he was struck by the backlash of burning his blood essence. Surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, Ouyang Lai didn't even have a chance to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Therefore, he promptly decided to activate a secret technique to conceal his figure and actually hid inside Zhichong's corpse. That was how he managed to keep himself alive. It was also thanks to Zhichong's huge figure that he could actually hide inside it. "Honored master, you're quite miserable," Gong Lian exclaimed. Glaring at this good-for-nothing disciple, Ouyang Lai snapped. "Brat, if you had come any later, I would have killed myself." Gong Lian chuckled. "Since you still have the strength to curse at me, it shows that you're just fine." Ouyang Lai's eyes became a shade darker as he hurriedly said, "Bring me back to the purifying Black Ink battleship right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a secret technique and passed out, his head slumping to the side. With a solemn expression, Gong Lian released his divine sense and sent a message to his companions, who were looking for survivors nearby. Then, he lugged the unconscious Ouyang Lai with him and flew towards the fleet of warships. He could feel that his honored master was in a perilous situation. Other than the fact that Ouyang Lai had been struck by the backlash of burning his blood essence, he was also invaded by Black Ink strength. He might turn into a Black Ink disciple at any moment. Hence, he wasn't joking when he said that he would kill himself. Ouyang Lai would definitely commit suicide before he was completely corrupted by Black Ink strength. Although the humans now had a way to dispel Black Ink strength, he knew that his disciple would be the one looking for him, so he was worried that he might accidentally kill his disciple after he lost his mind. Fortunately, Gong Lian came to his rescue in time. Gong Lian moved forward at the speed of lightning. After all, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he was also injured during the battle, his foundation hadn't been harmed. Barely one day later, the pair reached the fleet of warships and Gong Liang brought his honored master to the inner hall of the purifying Black Ink battleship. Mi Jingluan breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. Many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had lost their lives during the battle. All the others who had requested to kill territory lords had perished, but at the very least, Ouyang Lai, the Southern Army commander, had returned alive. After dispelling the Black Ink strength from Ouyang Lai's body and settling him down, Mi Jing-Luan returned to the deck and watched the Black Ink Clan army return to Great Evolution Pass. It took the Black Ink Clan 10 days to retreat to Great Evolution Pass, and many of them had lost their lives along the way. The North-South Army also returned to where the universe fragment where their forward base was once located. The forward base, which had once been bustling with noise, was now a cloud of debris. Senior Brother Chang was no longer around to give them valuable lessons, and many familiar faces were gone for good. As Mi Jing-Luan recalled the previous battle, he could still remember the glorious moments before each of their deaths. All of their sacrifices had not been in vain. They had managed to ensure that the East-West Army wouldn't be pincered by the enemy. The Black Ink Clan reinforcements were intercepted before they could arrive at their destination, and they had suffered immense losses. Many of the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples had been slain. The humans were united as one and doing their best to stop the Black Ink Clan army, forcing them to return to Great Evolution Pass. The news was passed on to the royal city through the Black Ink nests. Che Kong was furious as he argued with Hong Di, who was in charge of Great Evolution Pass, through the Black Ink nests despite being separated by a distance of billions of kilometers. He accused Hong Di of being useless and urged him once again to immediately come to the royal city. However, there was nothing Hong Di could do. Although he wanted to save the royal city as well, he was powerless to do so. After the previous battle, their collective might had been significantly weakened, and about half of the Black Ink Clan soldiers had lost their lives. Even many Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were killed. When there were still 500,000 soldiers on their side, they were already unable to break through the humans' blockade. Even if they went all out now, they wouldn't be able to leave Great Evolution Pass. He certainly knew that the royal city was in a perilous situation, but there was nothing he could do. Before, the Black Ink clansmen might have been able to leave Great Evolution Pass, and as long as they were determined enough and not afraid of the losses, they might be able to break through the humans' blockade. Now that many of them had lost their lives, though, they were trapped inside Great Evolution Pass. There was no way out for them other than defending Great Evolution Pass. However, could they really keep Great Evolution Pass? That was the question every Territory Lord had in their mind. There had only been 30,000 soldiers on the human side, but they had managed to toy with and repel nearly 1 million Black Ink clansmen for over 100 years. While the Black Ink clansmen were not aware of it, their strength was gradually weakened, and when they finally came to that realization, it was already too late. If they wanted to leave Great Evolution Pass, there would only be one chance. If the humans suddenly lost their minds and decided to attack them. Given the humans' current power, if they decided to invade Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink Clan could make use of the arrangements they had built up over the past 30,000 years to destroy them. Only by doing so would they be able to remove the obstacle in front of them and head straight to the royal city. Unfortunately, the humans didn't seem to have the intention of attacking Great Evolution Pass. Apparently, they knew that it was unrealistic for them to launch an assault given their current power. Therefore, after returning, they set up a new forward base and began resting and recuperating. 10 years after the Black Ink clansmen retreated to Great Evolution Pass for the second time, an intense battle broke out outside the royal city. Both the East-West Army and the Black Ink Clan army were familiar with such battles by now, because over the past 100 years, a battle of such a scale would take place every 20 years. Every time, the old ancestor and the royal lord would end up being mutually wounded. The humans would retreat in a hurry after winning some advantages. Then the Black Ink Clan soldiers would chase after them for a bit. It was an endless cycle that never seemed to change. The Black Ink Clan had become desensitized to this routine. They had already expected that the battle would happen, and they were well prepared. There were no longer 1 million Black Ink Clan soldiers around the royal city, but there were still about 700,000 to 800,000 of them. Although the Black Ink nest could continuously replenish the manpower for them, it wouldn't be able to efficiently do so if there were too many losses. Furthermore, all the power of the Royal Lord Black Ink nest was used to help with the Royal Lord's recuperation. For that reason, the birth of new Black Ink clansmen was delayed. Although there were a lot of Black Ink clansmen, only half of them had any kind of usable strength. Some Black Ink clansmen lost their lives in every battle, and as time passed, the collective might of the Black Ink Clan army gradually weakened. This time, the battle broke out as usual. The old ancestor took the initiative to raise chaos among the Black Ink clan soldiers. Then, the royal lord raced out of the Black Ink nest and the two of them clashed far away from the royal city. The human soldiers struck from the left side of the royal city, and a large number of universe worlds flew in from the right. The humans had been using the same tactic again and again over the years. The Black Ink clan knew fully well how to deal with them by now, so both parties were now equally matched during the battle. Based on past experiences, they just had to fend off the humans for half a day, and the latter would retreat. However, this time, many territory lords felt that something was off. The humans seemed to be prioritizing defense this time. They were the attackers, so it was puzzling that they focused on defending themselves. Nevertheless, that was indeed the truth. After making contact, the Black Ink clansmen realized that the humans were indeed determined to defend themselves this time. In that case, they were less intimidating to the Black Ink clan. But why? While the Black Ink clansmen were puzzled, an unusual energy fluctuation was felt coming from the depths of the void. The direction was where the two top masters were clashing. Although they had gone to a battlefield that was far away from the royal city, the fallout of their battle was still transmitted to this place clearly. Therefore, both the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords could sense what was going on over there. Basically, the two top masters were equally matched every time they fought, and neither of them could gain the upper hand. They would always end up being mutually wounded. However, something was different this time. Suddenly, the old ancestor's aura spiked and the strength and the intensity of her attacks increased dramatically. On the other hand, the royal lord's aura weakened by the breath. The realization horrified the territory lords. The outcome of the old ancestor and royal lord's battle would critically impact the outcome of the entire war. The two of them had always been equally matched, so why was the royal lord suddenly at such a massive disadvantage today? His weakening aura proved this point, and it was not a good sign for the Black Ink clan. Initially, the territory lords prayed that the royal lord was simply caught off guard somehow and found himself temporarily at a disadvantage. After all, when these two masters fought, there were naturally times when one of them appeared stronger. Every now and then, one of the two would use a powerful secret technique, granting them a slight edge in momentum. However, this kind of situation never lasted long and they would soon return to a state of equilibrium. Nevertheless, as time passed, the territory lords realized that something was terribly wrong. The royal lord's aura continued to weaken, and there were no signs of him turning things around. There was no doubt that he was being completely suppressed now. On the other hand, the old ancestor's aura stopped surging as it had already reached its peak, a kind of pinnacle that the Black Ink clan had never felt before. The territory lords had no idea what was happening between these two top masters. Nor did the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples understand what was going on. However, the difference between the two auras made it clear who was winning. Compared to the old ancestor's dominance, the royal lord's performance was the exact opposite. All the human warships were connected as one, and all their defensive arrays were fully activated. With the help of the intertwining branches formation, the entire fleet was wrapped in a powerful defensive barrier. As a result, the human army's attacks were weak, but their defense was impenetrable. Furthermore, they maintained a high degree of mobility, so the bombardment of attacks from the Black Ink clan could not harm the humans at all. The anomalies such as the humans' unusual tactics, the old ancestors' sudden dominance, and the royal lord's weakening aura threw the Black Ink clan into a fluster. The territory lords faintly realized what was happening, and following Che Kong's order, the Black Ink clansmen hurriedly increased the force behind their attacks on the human warships in the hope that they could achieve a breakthrough. Nevertheless, their attempts were futile. Then came the moment when the world force in the distance erupted, after which the royal lord's aura took a sharp dive. A terrified Che Kong turned to look in that direction, then passed down an order. The next instant, a few territory lords led 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers out of the battlefield towards the place where the top masters were fighting. It was at that moment that the humans, who had always been on the defensive, suddenly launched an all-out attack. As the spirit arrays were activated, countless secret techniques and artifact attacks were shot from the fleet of warships and struck the Black Ink clan soldiers. Meanwhile, in the depths of the void, far from the royal city, 2 figures were flying forward, one escaping, one chasing. The person in front was covered in thick black ink strength. It was the royal lord. There were originally 2 black wings on his back, but only one of them remained now. The other one seemed to have been ripped from his body. The wound was still splattering out black blood, with raw flesh being exposed to the void. He looked extremely miserable. As the royal lord escaped, a look of terror filled his face. This couldn't be helped though, as the opponent that was supposed to be his equal suddenly exhibited a power that far surpassed his own. How was it possible that he could remain calm and collected? He had never suffered from such a huge setback since his ascension to the rank of territory lord. Over the years, he had clashed with many powerful human cultivators, and he even successfully launched a sneak attack on an old ancestor 30,000 years ago after he became a royal lord. As he collaborated with another royal lord, they managed to kill that old ancestor. Therefore, he had always felt that the humans were nothing much. On this day, though, the old ancestor who had been in a confrontation with him for more than 100 years suddenly experienced an unprecedented surge in strength. It wasn't until this moment that he realized what was going on. It wasn't that he was weaker than the old ancestor. If both of them were at their peaks, he wouldn't have been so battered even if he was slightly weaker. However, since he was injured by this old ancestor for the first time back then, his wounds had never properly healed. What's more, he would be injured again and again every 20 years. Before his old wounds could heal, new ones would be inflicted. The same thing repeatedly happened over the past 100 years, and so his injuries had only exacerbated. Initially, he thought that it was the same case for the human old ancestor. If the information given to him was correct, it was extremely difficult for this female old ancestor to recover from her wounds. So how much could she recover in a mere 20 years? Over the years, the old ancestor would always appear to be injured whenever they fought, resulting in them indeed being equally matched. It wasn't until this day that he realized he had been deceived. The old ancestor had fully recovered. Not just this time, but every time in the past when they clashed. She just pretended to be wounded so that he would drop his guard. As they engaged in intense fights over the years, she gradually ensured that his injuries only deepened. After accumulating such a huge advantage, she finally bared her bloody fangs today. Both of them were supposedly equally matched, but one of them was in peak condition while the other was plagued by numerous heavy injuries. There was no doubt about who would win such a fight. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just about deciding victory or defeat, but what the royal lord was terrified of was that since the old ancestor had patiently spent 100 years laying out this trap for him, her intention definitely wasn't just to injure him again. What she was after this time was his life. An old ancestor would only exercise such patience and prudence in order to kill a royal lord. Presently, he was remorseful of his own fallibility. He should have figured out that this woman wasn't as badly injured as he thought. He also shouldn't have left the royal city and followed her to such a distant battlefield. More than anything, he was resentful of the royal lord from the Inyang theater, who had misled him. If not for the fact that he completely trusted the information she had given him, he wouldn't have fallen into such a pitiful state. Regardless, it was pointless to cry over spilled milk. Now, he had to focus on how he could escape from the old ancestor and return to the royal city. As long as he could return to the royal city, he could make use of his black ink nest to repel his opponent. With it, he would have the capital to fight back. However, his chances were slim. The old ancestor had been preparing for this moment for more than 100 years, so she certainly wouldn't give him a chance to flee. Proof of this was that at the start of the fight, she had lured him somewhere much further away from the royal city than normal. Now, in his current state, it would take him at least an hour to return to the royal city. An hour was more than enough time for the old ancestor to cut off his head. While he was running away, he felt horrifying secret techniques coming at him from behind. Although he had been trying his best to dodge and resist, every time he was struck his strength sank even further. Behind him, old ancestor Xianxia was relentlessly chasing after him. As she performed different hand seals, she cast secret techniques that she had never displayed before. Her expression was calm. She didn't show any elation or expectation about killing a powerful foe of the same caliber. That was because she knew that everything was still uncertain before the last moment came. Even the territory lords and feudal lords had methods to save their lives at the critical moment, not to mention that she was after a royal lord. If he didn't still think he had a chance to survive instead of fleeing, he would have turned around and tried to bring her down with him. Although she had been patient over the years waiting for this day, and had made a lot of prior arrangements, she didn't have the confidence that she would succeed in the end. She could only do her best and let the heavens make the decision. However, from the looks of it, it was highly likely that she would succeed. Presently, several territory lords were leading 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers over from the royal city to assist the royal lord. The human soldiers also chose to strike at that moment. Just by looking in the direction the detachment of Black Ink clan soldiers was heading, Xianxia knew where they were going. If everything went well, this would be the final battle here at the royal city. The old ancestor was the key to winning the war, so the humans definitely couldn't let those Black Ink clan soldiers disturb her. Therefore, under Xianxia's leadership, the human warships did their best to intercept them. On the other hand, Kong led even more Black Ink clan soldiers to stop the humans. As both parties clashed, the originally dry battlefield was filled with rivers of blood, as countless people on both sides lost their lives. In the end, the East-West army was unable to stop the detached force from the Black Ink clan. Although they had done their best, there were too few people on their side. With Kong and his army restraining the humans, the territory lords still managed to leave with those Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers. During the intense battle, both parties used all sorts of amazing secret techniques and divine abilities. Be it the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were already aware of it or the territory lords who had figured it out, they knew that this clash would determine the future trend of the entire Great Evolution Theater. None of them would hold back their powers in such a fight, all of them bringing out their hidden trump cards in hopes of settling things here once and for all. 1 hour later, in the depths of the void, the royal lord's injuries had grown worse. Faced with the old ancestor's relentless attacks, he was unable to keep himself safe even though he had focused all his efforts on defending himself and escaping. If this dragged on, he would perish before he returned to the royal city. He had never expected that he would be so close to death one day. Since the day he became a royal lord, he had always believed that he had become immortal and indestructible. However, only 30,000 years had passed, and it was just the first war he had against an old ancestor on his own. It never crossed his mind that this female old ancestor would have the capability to kill him. Compared to others, he had only been a royal lord for a very short time. The royal city was within his sight, and as long as he persevered for a while more, he could connect with his Black Ink nest and make use of its power. Unfortunately, he didn't expect to have that chance. Just as dejection was setting in, he saw a large number of Black Ink clansmen coming to his rescue from the royal city. At that, he was ecstatic. The human language was an art. Both races had been in a confrontation with each other for countless years, and although the Black Ink clan looked down on humans, thinking that they should become their subordinates and slaves, they were constantly being influenced by the human race. For example, the humans' habits and sayings had subtly influenced the Black Ink clan over the years. The royal lord had heard an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple say that every cloud has a silver lining, and there's always a way out. At that time, he dismissed it, thinking that it was something only a loser would say, and it was complete nonsense. However, he finally realized that there was some truth in the saying after all. At the most critical moment, some territory lords and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers were coming to his rescue. It seemed there was a silver lining for him. Behind him, the old ancestor's attacks became even more aggressive. It was apparent that she had spotted those Black Ink clansmen as well. She wanted to kill the royal lord before they could join together, but she was unlikely to be able to achieve that goal in the time allotted. Still, given the current state of affairs, it was unrealistic to think that these few Black Ink clansmen could stop the old ancestor. Although there were some territory lords, 8 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers, that was not nearly enough to block the old ancestor if she was determined to break through their lines. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, the royal lord released his divine sense and secretly sent an order to the territory lords who were coming towards him. The territory lords were startled for a moment before resolve filled their faces. Thick black ink strength started billowing from the territory lords' bodies, while the black ink clan soldiers had already done so before the territory lords acted. Endless black ink strength formed into a gigantic black ink cloud. As black ink strength rapidly left their bodies, the territory lords and their subordinates felt their vitality weakening by the breath. To Black Ink Clan, black ink strength was their foundation, just like what World Force was to Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a crazy act was no different from an Open Heaven Realm Master shattering their own small universe. In the best-case scenario, their cultivation would regress, and in the worst-case scenario, they would directly lose their lives. Usually, no Black Ink clansman would be willing to do such a thing. However, since it was the Royal Lord's order, the Territory Lords could only oblige, not to mention the Black Ink clansmen below the Territory Lords. The moment the Royal Lord's order was passed down, the lower-ranking soldiers started wantonly releasing their black ink strength. They were clearly more obedient than the Territory Lords, so they had taken action sooner. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples dashed out of the huge black ink cloud and rushed over to the Royal Lord's side. Although they were black ink disciples whose small universes had been corrupted by black ink strength, the black ink strength in their bodies was impure. Hence, it couldn't support the secret technique that the Royal Lord was about to cast. That was the reason they didn't have to imitate the Territory Lords. The Royal Lord hoped that these 8 would be able to stall the old ancestor at least for a while. At that instant, with the Territory Lords taking the initiative, black ink strength billowed from several tens of thousands of black ink clansmen and formed into a black ink cloud, inside of which more and more of them perished. Meanwhile, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples skirted past the Royal Lord and clashed with the old ancestor. If these 8 were ordinary Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they would have been able to handle an old ancestor for a brief moment by joining forces. However, they were just Black Ink disciples, and even though they were in the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, they were even weaker than Territory Lords as they had forcibly exceeded their innate limits. It could be said that they were the weakest Eighth Order Masters possible. Such beings wouldn't be able to intercept an old ancestor even if they joined together. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciple at the front only managed to wield his sword once before he was beheaded by the old ancestor. Blood spurted from his neck, and the headless corpse was blown away by the impact. The attack he had cast only caused a flesh wound on the old ancestor's figure. In order to break through the blockade of these Eighth Order Black Ink disciples in the shortest time possible, old ancestor Xianxia focused all her efforts on attacking and didn't bother defending herself at all. That was because she knew that if the battle dragged on, the Royal Lord might be able to turn things around, and all her previous efforts would all go to waste. She then landed a palm on an Eighth Order Black Ink disciple, which caused his figure to tremble and his world force to become a mess. It was obvious that his small universe had been struck. The old ancestor didn't even spare him a second glance. As she brushed past him, this Eighth Order Black Ink disciple exploded into blood mist. Seeing that, the other Eighth Order Black Ink disciples turned pale. When they fought with the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the East-West Army back then, they already realized that there was a wide gap between their strengths. Although it was a big difference, it wasn't enough to make them feel despondent. It wasn't until this moment that they realized they were completely powerless to deal with the old ancestor. Nevertheless, as Black Ink disciples, they could only obey the Royal Lord. Even the Territory Lords were willing to sacrifice themselves to assist the Royal Lord, let alone them. Therefore, after the 2 Black Ink disciples were killed, the rest of the Black Ink disciples didn't hesitate to activate their powers and spread out their small universes to cover the void. Every small universe was like a cage, and in order to leave, the old ancestor could only shatter these small universes. This was the only way they could think of to slow the old ancestor down. The moment these Eighth Order Black Ink disciples spread out their small universes, old ancestor Xianxia, whose expression had always been calm and indifferent, couldn't help but appear sorrowful and dejected. If there was a chance, she would rather bring these Black Ink disciples back and dispel the Black Ink strength from their bodies instead of killing them. However, she knew these Black Ink disciples could no longer be saved even if they were brought back to the human side. Without the Black Ink strength support, their small universes couldn't accommodate their cultivation and they would inevitably explode. Perhaps death was the best release for them. A glow radiated around the old ancestor's figure, and her world force surged madly. She directly broke the first small universe that served as the cage, then the second, then the third. When she broke through their blockade, the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples behind her, who were seated with their legs crossed, had become extremely frail. The illusory phantoms of their small universes were broken, and their world forces were madly escaping from their bodies. Their small universes had been shattered by the old ancestor. When their world forces were gone for good, they would lose their lives unless they had a way to repair their small universes before that. Nevertheless, even if they immediately consumed profound in-spirit fruits, their small universes still wouldn't be fixed. After the old ancestor broke through their blockade, the small universes of these Black Ink disciples had become shattered like broken mirrors. The Black Ink disciples' efforts were not in vain though. Although they had only managed to stall the old ancestor for a few breaths of time, the Royal Lord had used a secret technique to swallow the Black Ink cloud that was formed from the Black Ink strength of the Territory Lords and Black Ink clan soldiers. The Royal Lord, who was originally listless and weak, became energetic all of a sudden. However, he had no intention of fighting with old ancestor Xianxia. Instead, he put all his renewed strength into escaping towards the royal city. Although he was now in a better state after consuming so much Black Ink strength, that was not his own power and was thus somewhat incompatible with him. He wouldn't have used this secret technique if there was any other way around the current crisis. As long as he could return to the royal city though, he could make use of the Black Ink nest to repel the old ancestor. That was the power he could control as he pleased. The moment old ancestor Xianxia broke through the blockade of the several Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, she saw the Royal Lord trying to run away. Certainly, she wouldn't allow that to happen. On her left palm, Yin and Yang were born, and on her right palm, chaos manifested. As she clasped her hands together, her eyes turned blood red. The next instant, she thrust a single finger at the Royal Lord, who was running away. Although she didn't seem to have exerted much force with her finger, the Royal Lord was shaken to his core. Without hesitation, he turned around and released all the Black Ink strength he had just consumed. That Black Ink strength turned into a violent torrent that struck towards the old ancestor. As the brutal forces clashed, the Royal Lord felt a profound power breaking through the Black Ink strength and piercing his chest, causing black blood to burst from a fresh wound. What terrified him was that there was a strange power festering in his wound that he could not expel. His aura plunged again, and he became even weaker than before. Just as he thought he would lose his life, he lifted his gaze and saw that the old ancestor had become far less intimidating. He was elated, thinking that even though the secret technique he was struck with was incredibly powerful, it wasn't easy for the old ancestor to use it. Seizing the chance, he promptly escaped. Old ancestor Xianxia froze in the same spot for a moment, then gritted her teeth and continued chasing after him. Behind them, the corpses of the Territory Lords and Black Ink clan soldiers hovered in the void. Usually, these Territory Lords and several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers wouldn't all pass away. Although they had released their Black Ink strength for the Royal Lord to consume, some of them would have survived. However, be it the feudal lords or even Territory Lords, the Royal Lord did not hesitate to absorb all their Black Ink strength. As he fully activated his power, he drew out every bit of Black Ink strength in their bodies. It could be said that these Territory Lords and Black Ink clan soldiers were killed by the Royal Lord. They had paid a huge price just to give him a chance to flee. Outside the royal city, the East-West Army and the Black Ink clan army were still locked in an intense battle. The humans had gained the upper hand, so there was no doubt that the Black Ink clan soldiers were on the losing side. There were two reasons why it turned out this way. Firstly, the Black Ink clan army had scattered around. On the left side of the royal city, they had to intercept the human soldiers, while some of them had to stay on the right side of the royal city to deal with the incoming universe worlds. Moreover, some Territory Lords had brought a number of Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers to rescue the Royal Lord. For that reason, only 400,000 Black Ink clan soldiers were fighting the humans right now. Secondly, the Black Ink clan's collective strength had significantly weakened over the years. These 400,000 Black Ink clan soldiers were not comparable to the ones from Great Evolution Pass that the North-South Army had clashed with. The Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass were all elites. However, the ones outside the royal city were made up of many replacements for those killed in previous battles, so their average power had plunged. Furthermore, there were dozens of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who took part in this fight, so the Black Ink clansmen were unable to resist the humans even though they had the advantage in numbers. In such a situation, something that was terrifying to the Black Ink clan happened. Their pillar of strength, the Royal Lord, was returning from the void, looking completely bloody and battered. Presently, the Royal Lord was in a miserable condition. Black blood continuously spurted out of the wound on his chest, and while there were originally 2 wings on his back, only one of them was left now. Forget the humans, even the territory lords had never seen the Royal Lord so feeble before, which went to show that he had suffered a huge loss in his fight against the old ancestor. The Royal Lord hadn't returned to the royal city, but as soon as he entered the range of his Black Ink nest, he connected with it and madly drew energy from it. The next instant, old ancestor Xiao Zhao's figure appeared and the 2 top masters clashed above the royal city. Violent explosions burst forth as the world force and Black Ink strength clashed. The space around the royal city warped and cracked under the weight of the clash. Although these 2 top masters had exchanged moves on several occasions near the royal city over the past 100 years, the battle on this day was by far the most intense. Both the humans and Black Ink clansmen were acutely aware that this was a life-and-death battle. What terrified the Black Ink clansmen was that even though the Royal Lord had the support of the Black Ink nest, he was still at a clear disadvantage. This was hard for the Black Ink clan to accept. One had to know that, with the Black Ink nest's help, the Royal Lord could use a much greater power than normal. It could be said that as long as the Royal Lord was within the Black Ink nest's range of coverage, no old ancestor would be a match for him. However, it was the complete opposite now. There was nothing wrong with the Black Ink nest. Over the years, whenever a battle broke out, there would always be 2 or 3 territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples who stayed back to prevent the humans from launching a sneak attack and ward off the fallout of the battle between the 2 top masters so that the high-rank Black Ink nest wouldn't be harmed. At the same time, countless resources would be poured into the Black Ink pool to be turned into energy and absorbed by the Black Ink nest. The Royal Lord was the problem here. His injuries were too severe, so even though he had the Black Ink nest's help now, he still couldn't match the old ancestor. If the Royal Lord was killed, how would the rest of the Black Ink clansmen survive? After a brief moment of fear and unease, the Black Ink clan soldiers became even more fierce. The fact that the Royal Lord was at a disadvantage didn't make them lose the courage to resist. Instead, their survival instincts had been ignited. The leaders of the East-West Army sensitively noticed this. Xianxia and Lu Zhiping promptly ordered the human soldiers to put more emphasis on defense so that they could persevere in a prolonged fight with the Black Ink clan soldiers. Profound forces undulated as the 2 armies clashed. Impacted by the battle between the 2 top masters, the void itself became shattered. The Royal Lord was in an increasingly battered state. Although he was at a disadvantage with the help of the Black Ink nest, he was still someone who was difficult to deal with. The old ancestor had launched several fatal attacks, but her attempts proved futile. Instead, she was almost badly injured when the Royal Lord seized a chance to counterattack. This made her realize she had to be extra careful when dealing with this opponent. She knew that a Royal Lord was the most powerful master in the Black Ink clan who was on an equal footing with an old ancestor, so it wasn't easy to kill one. Nevertheless, this chance was hard to come by. She had spent 100 years trying to shape the outcome of the war, so it would be such a shame if she failed at the last moment. Therefore, she had to give it a shot no matter what. 1 hour later, old ancestor Xiao finally found a chance. Just as the Black Ink nest seemed to stop operating smoothly for a brief moment, she cast a divine ability at the Royal Lord. An unprepared Royal Lord was struck by the divine ability and in an instant, he was engulfed in a dazzling light. At the same time, old ancestor Xiao grunted as blood spurted from her lips. It wasn't a pretense this time. When she exchanged moves with the Royal Lord in the past, she showed signs of being injured on several occasions, but those were mostly just acts she put on. This time, She was really hurt. The moment she made a move, the royal lord also sent out a fatal attack at her. Instead of dodging the attack, she endured it so that she wouldn't miss the chance to kill her opponent. As the light went out though, the royal lord's figure was revealed. A hint of disappointment flashed through old ancestor Xiao's eyes. The divine ability did not yield the result she had hoped for. Although her opponent had become even weaker, he was still able to fight. If she kept pressuring the royal lord, he would be forced to engage in a mutually destructive battle. By then, she might not be able to survive. It should end here, she secretly sighed. It had been 100 years since she started preparing for this day, so it was such a shame that she eventually couldn't succeed. With that said, it wasn't a terrible outcome. At the very least, they had achieved the goal that Xianxia had set before they departed from Wind and Cloud Pass. The two top masters tacitly agreed to stop fighting all of a sudden, which directly influenced the two armies that were locked in an intense battle. The Black Ink clan soldiers were still puzzled, but the humans had already expected this outcome. Therefore, the moment old ancestor Xiao ceased her attack, the human warships started retreating. Considering the fact that the old ancestor was watching them, the Black Ink clan soldiers wouldn't dare to pursue the humans and could only let them leave even after suffering so much at their hands. A moment later, the humans were already several 100,000 kilometers away. Although many of the warships were damaged, the humans were still a menacing force and certainly had the strength to engage in another bout. Behind the humans was the old ancestor who stood there in silence. She didn't make a move, nor did she retreat, as though she was waiting for something. In such silence, the Black Ink clan army felt smothered, as though a mountain was pressing down on them, causing them to be ill at ease. Time passed by slowly. A moment later, the Black Ink clan soldiers broke into a commotion. This couldn't be helped, as more than 10 universe worlds that were full of arrays came flying at the royal city. Presently, they could already see the gleaming arrays on those universe worlds, so they would arrive in no time. About 30% of the Black Ink clan soldiers were still on the right side of the royal city as they didn't take part in the previous battle. Their job had always been to intercept the universe worlds. That had never changed. In fact, they had done an excellent job. Other than the first time when they accidentally let a fragment of a universe world strike the royal city, they managed to stop all the universe worlds in the following battles. However, they had also paid a huge price for this. Sometimes, these universe worlds would come quickly. They arrived at the royal city almost at the same time as the humans. Sometimes, they would be late, not appearing until the humans retreated. This was apparently part of the human strategy, which was to use these universe worlds to restrain the Black Ink clan soldiers. The humans already had fewer people on their side to begin with, so if they let the Black Ink clan consolidate all its forces, it would be a tough fight for them. It was the slowest this time since the humans started using universe worlds to attack the royal city. It wasn't certain whether it was coincidental or intentional. Both armies had stopped attacking each other, and the two top masters had halted their fight. It wasn't until this moment that these universe worlds finally arrived. Without any disruption, it wouldn't be hard for these Black Ink clansmen to intercept the universe worlds. Therefore, the moment the universe worlds appeared, the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who had stayed on the right side, started taking action. A territory lord was the first one to charge forward, but as soon as he made a move, he felt a dangerous aura engulfing him. The next instant, an immense force exploded in his mind, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his head which froze him on the spot. Knowing that he had been attacked, the territory lord was astounded. Moreover, the attacker was none other than the old ancestor, who had remained unmoving and silent while hovering in the void. The territory lord didn't understand why the old ancestor had used her spiritual energy to attack him as her opponent was supposed to be the royal lord. The two top masters were confronting each other in silence, so supposedly, when one of them made a rash move, the other would surely react. Therefore, even though the territory lord was astounded, he wasn't afraid. That was because he believed that the royal lord would save him. Unfortunately for him, he was wrong. The royal lord just stood there and stared at the old ancestor in silence. The next moment, she charged towards the territory lord who had been affected by her soul's secret technique and extended her hand, after which she easily beheaded him. Black blood started spurting out of the territory lord's neck while old ancestor Xianxia swiftly returned to her original spot with a head in her hand. The widened eyes of this head suggested that the territory lord was unresigned before his death. In the blink of an eye, a powerful territory lord had lost his life. The other territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, who were about to make a move, froze and stared vigilantly at old ancestor Xianxia, worried that she would kill them as well. Soon, they were relieved that old ancestor Xianxia stopped making another move after killing the first territory lord. She remained standing there. If not for the fact that there was a headless corpse on the battlefield and old ancestor Xianxia was holding a fresh head in her hand, all the Black Ink clansmen would have thought that it was just an illusion. They were all puzzled. They didn't understand why the old ancestor had made a move all of a sudden. Since the battle had ended, why did she kill a territory lord at this point? They were even more perplexed at the fact that the royal lord didn't react to it at all. Given his power, it wouldn't be hard for him to stop the old ancestor. However, he was just standing there, doing nothing. The universe worlds were rapidly approaching, so if they didn't stop them now, it would be too late. They would be the ones facing the royal lord's wrath if the royal city was damaged. Therefore, even though these territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were wary, they had no choice but to fulfill their duty. However, the same thing happened again. The moment they made a move, they were engulfed in a great sense of danger, which caused them to be rooted to the spot. At the same time, the old ancestor had disappeared. Old ancestor Xianxia reappeared a moment later, as though she had never moved at all, but there was another head in her grasp. A strange noise that suggested that another territory lord had lost his life was heard coming from the Black Ink clan side. This horrified the Black Ink clan soldiers. The two people who were killed were territory lords. The old ancestor had consecutively made a move and easily beheaded two territory lords. It suggested that without the royal lord stopping her, the old ancestor could kill anyone as she pleased even though she was injured. What puzzled them was that the royal lord still didn't react. However, after the old ancestor made a move twice, they finally realized something. The territory lords that she had killed were the ones who took the initiative to intercept the universe worlds. By specifically targeting these two territory lords, the old ancestor had sent a clear message. She would kill anyone who dared to make a move. What was she trying to achieve? Was she determined to stop them from intercepting the universe worlds? Could they only watch? That was outrageous. The royal lord, who had been silent since his return to the royal city, couldn't take it anymore as he roared, "Don't go too far!" Old ancestor Xianxia turned to look at him with a pair of dispassionate eyes. Then, the next instant, she made a move again. Having experienced what just happened earlier, the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were wary of whatever the old ancestor did. Seeing her disappear, they hurriedly raised their guards. Most of the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples would be safe, but there would always be someone who was unlucky. There were no noises that suggested there had been a fight. When old ancestor Xianxia reappeared in her original spot, she had grasped a territory lord in her hand. This time it was a territory lord who was alive and kicking, not just a head. Although the territory lord was several times larger than old ancestor Xianxia, who didn't seem to exert much force with her hand, he was unable to struggle out of her grasp regardless of how hard he tried. Old ancestor Xianxia gazed at the furious royal lord and lifted her blemish-free chin in a provocative manner. "I'll do whatever I want." Saying so, she exerted more force with her hand. As her world force surged, a horrifying pressure squeezed the territory lord. Soon, the territory lord's figure contorted and a series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. With a horrified look, he struggled fiercely as he looked in the royal lord's direction, pleading with him, "Sir Royal Lord, save me." A hint of conflict flashed through the royal lord's eyes, but he soon decided not to make a move. Countless soldiers of both races watched as the old ancestor, who was standing between the two armies, squeezed the territory lord to death with her world force. Under such immense pressure, the territory lord eventually exploded, his blood and flesh scattering about. The Black Ink clansmen were infuriated, but deep down they were also terrified. The old ancestor had repeatedly made a move and killed 3 territory lords, which went to show how domineering she was. On the other hand, the royal lord only watched from the side without doing anything. They were in an awkward situation. No royal lord was willing to see his territory lords being slaughtered without even trying to save them, for that would have a huge impact on his authority. The only reason he would not act was simply because he was unable to save his subordinates. It seemed that the royal lord was more severely injured than the territory lords thought. Therefore, even though the old ancestor killed 3 territory lords and taunted him in such a provocative manner, the royal lord could only choke down the insult. The territory lords wouldn't dare to move a muscle. Without the royal lord's help, they wouldn't be able to fend off the old ancestor who was determined to kill regardless of how careful they were. Since the territory lords remained unmoving, their subordinates wouldn't dare to make a move either. Everyone was just standing in the same spot, so anxious that it was as though they were sitting on pins and needles. Even though they didn't make a move though, the universe worlds wouldn't stop approaching the royal city because of that. More than 10 breaths after the 3rd territory lord died, the universe worlds arrived. Given the close proximity, if they still didn't take action, the 30% of the Black Ink clan soldiers stationed on the right side of the royal city would be hit. By then, not only would they be injured or killed, the royal city would also be devastated as well. Regardless of whether they made a move or not, they would be doomed. A territory lord finally couldn't take it anymore as he cast a violent secret technique at the universe worlds. At the same time, he remained vigilant against the old ancestor. What surprised him was that even though the old ancestor had locked onto him with her aura, she didn't attempt to kill him. This made him feel ecstatic, as though he had just escaped from death's door. With such a precedent, the other Black Ink clan soldiers also started taking action. At that instant, countless secret techniques formed into a black torrent that bombarded the universe worlds. Still, the old ancestor remained unmoving. Seeing that, the Black Ink clan soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to them that as long as they stayed in the same spot instead of moving, the old ancestor wouldn't kill them. However, the truth was different. The old ancestor had been patiently preparing for this day for the past 100 years. Every time she clashed with the royal lord, she had to pretend that her injuries hadn't healed while also suppressing some of her power so that the royal lord wouldn't discover the truth. It wasn't easy to deceive a royal lord, so it had been a constant struggle for old ancestor Xianxia for the past 100 years. The advantage she accumulated over the years was perfectly hidden by the old ancestor, and when there was finally a chance, she unleashed her full might against her opponent. For the first time in her life, she saw hope to kill a royal lord, and if not for the territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers who rushed over from the royal city earlier, she would have succeeded. As long as the royal lord died, no one else would be a match for her and the humans would soon fully occupy the Great Evolution Theater. Such a victory had never happened before in history. Initially, she had the chance to set a precedent for the entire human race, but her plan was foiled by those territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers. Although many of the territory lords, 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and Black Ink clan soldiers lost their lives in the process, old ancestor Xianxia was still displeased. Since she was unable to end the royal lord's life, it was pointless no matter how many territory lords and Black Ink clan soldiers she killed. It could be said that she had been vexed since these territory lords led the Black Ink clan soldiers to lend the royal lord a hand. 100 years of effort had gone to waste because of them, and there wouldn't be such a chance again in the future. After suffering such a setback, the royal lord would always be wary of her. When the royal lord returned to the royal city and exchanged moves with her, she knew that there was no longer any hope to kill him, unless she was determined to perish together with him. Although she was unable to kill the royal lord, she could vent her anger on some of these annoying territory lords. The royal lord wouldn't dare to stop her, nor was he able to do so. Therefore, he could only watch in silence. In fact, he even hoped that old ancestor Xianxia would kill more territory lords. Although the royal lord had no idea what kind of an amazing secret technique that old ancestor Xianxia had used to kill a territory lord in the blink of an eye, after using it 3 times, he was certain that this secret technique had to be quite energy-consuming. That was because even though she was an old ancestor, she couldn't possibly behead a territory lord with no effort. He was just as powerful as an old ancestor, so he had the confidence to make such a judgment. That was because it also wasn't possible for him to kill an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with ease, unless he used his Royal Lord secret technique that would only be used in moments of extreme need. However, once the Royal Lord secret technique was cast, the Royal Lord himself would be significantly weakened for a time, which was a huge drawback on the battlefield. Therefore, the Royal Lords never used this trump card unless absolutely necessary. After the previous battle, the Royal Lord was injured and had fled back to the royal city in a fluster, but it wasn't like old ancestor Xiao was completely unharmed. If she repeatedly used this secret technique, she would soon run out of stamina, giving him an opening to get his revenge. However, he couldn't tell the territory lords about his speculations, nor could he order them to provoke the old ancestor. Therefore, he could only watch in silence. Old ancestor Xiao never made a move again. She had naturally figured out what the royal lord was plotting. Moreover, if she continued to make a move at this point, it would be no different from forcing the royal lord to engage in a life-or-death battle with her. After all, the royal lord wouldn't allow the royal city to be destroyed no matter what. That was because his black ink nest was in the royal city and was of critical importance to him and the entire Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater. In this silent exchange, the two top masters each tacitly made a concession in order to not shatter the last sliver of calm. The price that the Black Ink clan had to pay was the lives of 3 territory lords and the trouble that ensued. The universe worlds were menacing, so although the Black Ink clan soldiers had done their best to intercept them, they had missed the best opportunity to act because of old ancestor Xiao's intimidation earlier. The moment the universe worlds were shattered, the explosions of the installed arrays covered the void and universe fragments of varying sizes rained down on the royal city. Countless Black Ink clan soldiers lost their lives as the royal city trembled under the impact. It was apparent that the Black Ink clan soldiers on the right side of the royal city were unable to ward off these universe worlds completely. Following Che Kong's order, the soldiers that had just clashed with the humans on the left side went over to help. Fortunately, both the old ancestor and the humans didn't react to this. As the Black Ink clan soldiers rallied together, they finally managed to stop all the universe worlds. Several tens of thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers were killed in the process, and the universe world where the royal city was located was severely damaged, losing as much as 30% of its land mass. Many structures in the royal city had been leveled. Only the royal lord's Black Ink nest remained perfectly intact. That was because there had always been several territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples guarding the Black Ink nest. Regardless of how intense the battle between the races was, they would never move from their posts or let anything harm the Black Ink nest. The noise slowly died down. The Black Ink clan army was completely battered. After staring at the royal lord for a while, old ancestor Xiao curled up her lips and sneered. Then, she turned around and shouted, "Withdraw!" Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Xianxia passed down an order loudly through his divine sense. "Retreat!" The human warships turned around and headed to the forward base while behind, the Black Ink clan soldiers let out a breath of relief. The battle had finally ended. On the deck of Dawning Light, Yang Kai sighed. Before the battle started, he had received a secret order from Xianxia to charge towards the royal city and destroy the Black Ink nest if there was a chance. Even though it was a high-rank Black Ink nest, it had almost no defensive strength. Given the fact that Yang Kai was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as long as he got close enough, he could easily destroy it. He was the best suited for this job because he was a master of the Tao of Space. Since the start of the war, Yang Kai had been looking for such a chance, but there was never an opportunity for him to make a move. Given his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation now, it wasn't hard for him to get close to the Black Ink nest using instantaneous movement, but he couldn't defeat the territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on guard there. As soon as he appeared, he would be killed by them before he could damage the Black Ink nest. It had been almost 150 years since the East-West Army arrived in the Great Evolution Theater. Over the years, the East-West Army had clashed with the Black Ink clan on 8 occasions, and each time they managed to kill a lot of their enemies. Could be said that in this war, they were very close to success, but they ultimately didn't manage to achieve their goal. As old ancestor Xiao would always recuperate in Yangkai's small universe, he had access to information that the average soldiers wouldn't. Therefore, he was aware of the ultimate plan, so the moment he saw the injured royal lord returning to the royal city, he knew that the plan wouldn't succeed. However, the end result wasn't terrible. The Black Ink clan soldiers responsible for protecting the royal city were practically half dead now, with more than half of the territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples having been killed. If not for the fact that the royal lord could make use of the Black Ink nest to strengthen himself, they could have easily destroyed the royal city. Unfortunately, the royal lord had returned alive. With the Black Ink nest's help, he still had the capital to drag old ancestor Xiao down with him in death.